fast as Stephen Fleming, maybe about shoulder height. That bounce is very steep. It's a good sign for the West Indies. What this man has to do is that he's got to bowl pretty straight, middle and off stump, make the batsman play early.
Not quite got the line yet. Played here in '96 when New Zealand were last in the Caribbean. Scored 75 in that match, which the West Indies won. Fleming did. Nathan Astle was on that tour as well.
He's got to bowl a lot straighter, Cameron Coffey. New Zealand have been susceptible to early wickets so far in this series. They've lost early wickets on a number of occasions. He's got a bit of moisture here to work with. The ball is carrying very well to the wicketkeeper. In order to set New Zealand back, he needs to bowl straight. He needs to take the mantle with no Mervyn Dillon in the West Indies team today.
Arnisvale ground here, just on the edge of the Caribbean Sea, the island of Bequia. Just beyond it, there you can see it in the background, one of the Grenadine Islands. It is St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Bequia, Canouan, Mustique, Mairo, Union Island, Palm Island, and the Tobago Keys all constitute, along with St. Vincent, the nation. And off the mark. So the first run off the bat for New Zealand. In fact, this ground hosted its first-class match against New Zealand here in 1972. When the New Zealand team came to the Caribbean, that was the first New Zealand team to tour the West Indies, 1972. We played against the Windward Islands here. And we were so decimated by injury on that occasion that we had to call in the Deputy Consul General from Trinidad, a youngster, to make up their numbers. He only fielded, though. He didn't have to bat or bowl. Really is nice bunks in this pitch. Still having to get up on his toes.
Let's look at a steep bounce here. Nathan Astle off the ground, actually, in playing that shot. His hard new ball will do a little bit. A very good view of it, just trying to get everything behind the line of the delivery.
Push down to mid-on, gets him a single. So 3 have come off the first over, 2 from the bat and the no ball. New Zealand winning the toss and batting. Where New Zealand is, they've had to come halfway across the world to get to the Caribbean. There's St. Vincent, one of the Windward Islands, and between Grenada and St. Vincent, there are the Grenadine Islands, which I referred to earlier. Of course, test match, the second of 2 test matches will be staged in Grenada towards the end of the month. Here's Collins to Astle. Doesn't seem too happy about it. Up goes the finger, and Collins is struck with his first delivery. So the West Indies have removed the man who made an unbeaten 91 in Trinidad. He comes off head shaking.
It's the ideal start. The line is just about off stump, and there was a noise. hard to tell from there. The bat did actually hit the pad. Collins went up straight away. Nathan Astle is back almost straight away to the pavilion as well. 3 for 1.
Chris Nevin is the new batsman. Comes in to replace Nathan Astle.
This is a familiar position really for Chris Nevin, coming in very early. New Zealand have lost an early wicket every game of this series so far. He's come in because Nathan Astle, after his 91 in Trinidad, went early once again. He wasn't too pleased with this decision of the umpire, and there seemed to be daylight between bat and ball. We have another look at that dismissal, and we've got the benefit of the replays. The umpires don't. Let's look at the gap between bat and pad. The bat striking the pad, and that was the noise we heard. Astle, well, I think he's not best pleased.
Easy run. So Nevin gets underway. Nevin, the wicketkeeper, unlikely to be used in the test matches. Robbie Hart is the test keeper. In fact, Nevin is going back. They've made, or they will make changes to this team after today's match. Change it for the 2 test matches. Nevin is one of those who will go back to New Zealand. Hart will take his place as the test match keeper. Stephen Fleming has set himself up to try and bat as much of the innings as possible in the past. 2 umpires today. Billy Doctrove from Dominica, having to pay his attention to cricket. He's a very keen football fan and will be following the World Cup. And Asoka De Silva from Sri Lanka. He'll be following another game as well. Sri Lanka against England in the test match. And a good first over from Collins, 4 for 1.
The driver for the truck, TH451, is asked to remove his vehicle from where the start, please. Driver for the truck, TH451, is asked to remove your vehicle from where the start.
The same as the one which won in Trinidad on Wednesday. Fluffy now to Nevin. West Indies won the back-to-back matches at the new Beausejour Stadium in St. Lucia last weekend. The first match in Jamaica was abandoned after New Zealand's innings because of rain. So 2-1, and New Zealand have to win this to level the series.
What they have to do in New Zealand is try to avoid being 4 for 50 and 4 for 60, 5 for 80, all of which they've done in almost every game in this series. Does not leave them with a lot of wickets intact to really extract as many as they can from the last 10 to 15 overs of each match. They did reasonably well in Trinidad with Styris and Astle, but they need to do a lot better.
That'll go for 4. The width was there, he just threw the bat at it, went very hard at it, and got the reward. Perhaps not quite where he wanted, but he was looking for a boundary.
And there are pretty much no half measures with Nevin. It was almost a wide if he had not got contact with the bat, but he went hard, and the hard new ball travels off the bat pretty quickly.
Much better. Very good delivery from Cuffy.
Movement once again. Once the line is tight into the off stump, and Cuffy and Collins likewise have caused problems. This is a very good channel early on with the new ball and with some movement.
West Indies have a wonderful record at the Antigua Recreation Ground. Correction, RS Vale, which is his home ground. Cameron Cuffy won 10 of the 11 matches here. The only defeat was by Pakistan, 1993. Had some tremendous finishes here as well. First ever one-day international played here in '81. West Indies won a very close match, low-scoring one, 8 for 1. Collins' first ball of a new over. Pedro Collins missed the match in Trinidad on Wednesday, had a stomach complaint. In fact, he spent the night in hospital, precautionary measure. Hit it. Chandapal is still inclined to appeal. Appeal withdrawn as soon as they realized that there was pretty healthy contact of bat on ball.
He's trying to whip this from outside off stump towards the leg side. He does tend to fall across to the offside a little bit too much on occasions. But he also scores heavily through that onside.
Fleming was commenting early today that his batsmen hadn't put it together in partnerships. Everyone has had an innings, some even 2. Fleming got 89 in the second one-day international in St. Lucia, 34 in the third. Still 91 not out in Trinidad. just seems to be confident enough that he doesn't have to. Superb piece of throwing from Carl Hooper. Almost punished the confusion between the two batsmen. Billy Doctrove is confident enough that he won't give the decision in favour of the West Indies, and he won't go to the third umpire.
Well, I'm not too sure it was a correct decision by umpire Doctrove, because this is way out. He's out by at least half a foot. Umpire Doctrove, once again, he's not called for the third umpire, and that is a terrible decision.
Well, the technology is there, why not use it? It's always going to be close, and there you see he's out. Oh, well out. But it's not to say he doesn't have that facility. The facility is there. And a magnificent throw from Carl Hooper. He really would have had a wicket. Nevin would have gone. And gone by a good distance. He's in a good position. Billy Doctrove. Carl Hooper is just indicating how much he thought he was out by. And he doesn't even have to look at the replay. Maiden over from Pedro Collins, 8 for 1.
Gregory Brown of Prospect, we are asked to meet your wife outside in the target area. Gregory Brown of Prospect.
There's the neighbouring island of Beckway in the background. Just an hour's ferry ride across to Beckway from Kingstown.
I don't think Roger Harper will be very happy with the incident in the last over. This is it. Chris Nevin quite clearly run out by a direct throw from Carl Hooper. The third umpire didn't come into play because he wasn't called upon.
Not quite as fine as his previous boundary. The previous boundary came off a thinner edge than that one. Scooted away to the boundary for 4, but this time Nevin just gets a single. Similar shot.
He's fortunate still to be there. A couple of pieces of, I suppose, good and bad luck so far in New Zealand. This is the last ball. This cut away is a very high percentage shot for Chris Nevin. Scores frequently there. He's got a lovely breeze at his back, Cameron Coffey, being the senior bowler, I suppose. And having played on this ground many times, he would have had the choice of ends. Pedro Collins has been given the task of running uphill into the breeze.
That's a good sign, that breeze. It's a very sunny morning. It looks set fair for the day. Plenty of blue skies. And there's the other breeze. He's on the ground. Gareth Breeze, the West Indies 12th man. There's also a gale out there as well, but not in the channel this time. Sometimes there can be gales out in that channel between St. Vincent and Beckway. That's a fine shot. Breeze has work to do, but he won't get there. It's a fine shot by Nevin. Use the shortness of the length, put it away.
He's also a very short man, and he picks up the length, these short deliveries quite well. He plays the horizontal backstrokes reasonably well, and just helps it on its way. What we notice is the outfield is very quick. He doesn't try to hit it too hard.
ends the over. It's 14 for 1 after 5. Bumpy right out there, not so bumpy in the Guinness posse stand. They've been going since well before the start of play. Really the party stand here in St. Vincent, as there is a party stand at every other ground in the Caribbean. Crowd not absolutely packed at the moment, but it will build up during the course of the day. Usually the one-day internationals here at Arnessville attract really sell-out crowds. Capacity about 8,000 to 10,000. Sometimes difficult to judge when they absolutely are jam-packed in, as they tend to be on the ground section up against the rails. Not very comfortable. Seen those lads before. They've followed the New Zealanders throughout the tour. Quite a few came in from Barbados on the plane with me last night. Wallop. Absolute wallop. Just stood up and delivered.
And that was quite a peculiar shot from Stephen Fleming. I think he surprised himself as well. It wasn't short at all, but probably have hit 3/4 way up the stump. He just flat batted it straight down the ground, showed an impeccable sense of timing. It's quite unique, not out of the textbook or the coaching manual. Just have another look at that last boundary once again. It was also pretty wide of the off stump. I wonder if it was just a premeditated shot by Fleming. Maybe he's just in very good form.
There's that shot which he's gained most of his runs with so far, running it down towards third man. 6 overs gone, 19 for 1. So now that ends the over. 6 gone, 19 for 1. New Zealand won the toss, they're batting. There's Fleming now facing Tuffy. They've batted first in every match.
And they've played a lot of cricket this season. And once again, Shivnarine Chanderpaul is standing in that first slip position with Carl Hooper as captain at second. And Chanderpaul scored a lot of runs against India in the one-day internationals. His workload has been very heavy. he's been given the task of, well, I suppose it's not actually resting because he's still in the game, but not having to run and dive about and give up of his body as he did in Trinidad as well. Chris Gale usually stands in that position. He's standing this time at mid-off. Just a swap. Field placings for the West Indies, conserving energy towards the end of a long season.
Very good shot. Just got the tips of the fingers onto it, so he took some of the way off. And the batsman will come back for a second. Just clipped the tips of Cuffy's fingers. Long way for him to get down. He's 6'7".
It was the hint of a caught and bowl chance. Playing it on the up, but it travelled pretty quickly past Cameron Coffey, just eluding his grasp.
Gareth Breeze was on the field for a while, taking the place of Corey Cullimore. Cullimore has come back on though. There he is at third man. Just have taken his absence. Not sure what the reason was.
Yeah.
Plays that one-day shot very well. Just angling the bat, guiding it down to third man.
New Zealand have not had a problem scoring well in the first half of the game so far in this series, scoring at above 4 runs and over. What they have not been able to do is keep their wickets intact. So the scoring rate is certainly not a problem. They're scoring at over 3 runs already today.
That completes the 7th over of the innings. New Zealand at 22 for 1. Which produced the first West Indian cricketer to play county cricket, Charles Olivier. Well hit, and we'll go for 4, too short from Collins, and plenty of room for Stephen Fleming to put it away.
You don't want to be too short to this man. He's shown a propensity to pull anything that is marginally short all series. It's quite noticeable as well. The bounce is becoming a little less steep as the innings goes on.
Lovely shot. Again, fractionally short, but whipped away this time. Battle up straighter than for the previous one. 2 boundaries to Fleming and 2 hearty shots.
Really is a good shot. The thing to look for here as you sit in your chairs at home, it's almost a vertical bat. Just helped it away through the onside. The timing here is really special.
Hooper had put Lara in at square leg. And when Collins saw the shot played, his hands went in the air. He thought it might have been a catch, but it was really hit very wide of Lara. Lara now goes back onto the boundary, and Cuffey comes in from fine leg to a short fine leg within the field restricting area. Cracked away. 3 fours in succession for Stephen Fleming. So an expensive over after a good start from Collins. He now pitches up outside the off stump, and Fleming, who has punished two short balls in succession, punishes this one as well.
And he's taken charge. He's got that right leg beautifully to the pitch of that delivery. wonderful form. Starting to take over is Stephen Fleming.
Another change in field now. He's got Cuffy at leg slip. I wonder when the last time Cameron Cuffy fielded in that position. And it's gone right through him for the full four. 4 consecutive fours to the New Zealand captain. And I always had my doubts about Cameron Cuffy fielding at that short fine leg position. He's not accustomed to it. It's a long way for him to get down. It's really a little bit too much to ask. The ball was travelling, went right through him.
Well, it's just too close to the bat for Cameron Cuffy. Look at the over. 16 runs already from it. And 2 balls left.
4 more. Collins scratches his head as well he might. Goes clean over the keeper's head. Signal buys by Billy Doctrove. So we now have 5 fours in the over. 2 poles, extra cover drive, a glide, and now 4 buys.
I don't think Woodley Jacobs was pleased with this call because he had no chance of even laying a glove on it.
Lara's out there, so that breaks the sequence of boundaries. 5 fours in the over. So that ball that went for 4. The buys also signal no ball, so that would count as 5 for the height. No question about that. Another 4. Down to the boundary. And what an over we've seen. 26 have come off the over. 5 fours from the bat. A 4 over the keeper's head and a single. All of a sudden, the score travels up to 48 for 1 off 8.
Is also checking with the police at the toll stand for the keys of your vehicle. Also, the driver P2009 is also checking his vehicle and also checking with the police. Following drivers PH24, P2009 to check with the police and also check your vehicle.
Choppy waters for the West Indies in the last over, with Pedro Collins being absolutely punished after starting really well with a wicket in his first over, and his first 3 overs costing just 6 runs, and then all of a sudden 4 overs for 32. Cameron Cuffy continues now in the commentary box, Fazia Mohammed, and within his Wayne Daniel.
So a dot ball to start with. That's an improvement already from the previous over. Thank you very much, Tony. Morning, Wayne. And with that spectacular over from a New Zealand point of view, it has certainly put aside the huge disappointment of the loss of Nathan Assel. It's been a very eventful morning. Chris Nevin given not out when the replay showed he was well over his ground. We'll look for the second, we'll get it comfortably. Bringing up the 50.
Well, the ball is certainly bouncing nicely on this pitch for the batsmen to play their shots, and Stephen Fleming doing that quite well. Pedro Collins losing his line and his length in the last over to him, and he took full toll of it.
Looking for the gap on the offside and finds it despite the despairing dive of Brian Lara. Cameron Coffey has good reason to feel disappointed because he's been going for a few. And after the explosion of the previous over, Lara really could do nothing about it.
Well, it's a very nice bounce off this pitch for the batsman. And it's coming onto the bat as well. And anything with room, anything with width, Fleming has latched on to very quickly.
Excellent progress by New Zealand now. Getting it on spot, but the bowlers are struggling at the moment to find a consistent line. We saw Collins all over the place in that previous over that went for some 26 runs. And then now Coffey, who's normally so economical, just at the moment not finding the right line, the right consistent line. And he's gone for 22 runs already. Collins 32. 6 off 3 and the 26 of the last over. That should be called a wide, and is. Umpire De Silva raising the arms. The umpire's under a lot of pressure very early in this match, Daniel.
Yeah, Coffey here just rushing it a bit, I think. Perhaps pushing too hard. He just needs to settle down, get his line and his length right. He has to be about 8 inches outside the off stump to Fleming.
Looking for the forcing shot there, but not really to the pitch. But at the moment, clearly, New Zealand, with the runs that they've taken in the last couple of overs, and Fleming having fallen cheaply in the last match at the Queen's Park Oval.
Yes, that's the length and the line he wants to bowl to Fleming. Can't be leg stump and no width outside off stump.
Cameron Coffey completes over number 9. A bit expensive, but the real expensive over came in over number 8, and he went for a few, and will not want to remember that over at all. Let's take a look at what occurred when Pedro Collins was last into the attack. His delivery swung around backward of square by Stephen Fleming. Tremendous authority. The next delivery helped away again, this time slightly forward of square. Excellent timing. Driven beautifully through extra cover. The next delivery. Collins at 6s and 7s and going for 4s. Flicked away. Pass play, short, fine leg. 4 boundaries and 4 balls. Frustration showing now. Dug in high over the head of the wicketkeeper. 4 byes, 4 no balls as well. And then just a single. And of the last ball of the over, slashed over the top by Nevin. Insult added to injury. And 26 runs off the over. Not surprising that he's been replaced. There you see the figures. A real skyscraper. And in fact, not even registering on the graph. Going over the top, Pedro Collins. Corey Collymore is the new man. And at least he started by being pretty much right on spin.
Yes, Corey Collymore struggled with his rhythm in Trinidad. He's very much a rhythm bowler, Collymore, and he would have seen certainly what happened to Pedro Collins. He needs to be a fuller length.
Nevin looking for the run. That sort of busybody type of player, but it's straight out to Lara. Collymore, likewise, very, very energetic. Likes to get into his work. Nevin has come to the crease, not for the first time, pretty early on. Hassel the man, unfortunately given out. And then it was Nevin's turn to get some good luck. He's kept it right on the spot so far, Corey Collymore.
Yeah, I think it's better to overcompensate on the fuller side on this pitch. Certainly not half volleys, but you want to be at a fuller length. Anything too short, the bounce is just right to play shots.
Can't play a shot there except a defensive one. Again in the right spot. Looking to get going. Chris Nevin saw that from very early on when he slashed at Cameron Cuffey.
It's good delivery, nice and straight. No room there for Nevin.
Oh, looking for the charge and beaten. Looking to go over the top there, Nevin. And a very good adjustment by Corey Collymore.
Well, he's had 4 dot balls from Collymore, and feeling that he has the score, tries to charge him here. This is another good delivery. With a bounce as well.
Well, he's done a very good job, Corey Collymore, replacing Pedro Collins. After 26 runs, he started with a maiden. It's 55 for 1. Excellent rate of progress for New Zealand, helped by over number 9, which went for 26 of Pedro Collins, despite the setback of losing Nathan Astle. It's going to be Cameron Cuffey to continue. Beautiful conditions, but Irish eyes aren't smiling this morning. User Michael ODI in the background, you can see him shaking his head, because the Irish have lost on penalties. He'll get the singles, the throw comes in, misses the stumps this time. No direct hit, no cause for Billy Doctrove to be under pressure again. Wavell Hines with the effort.
To be slow getting onto this one, Wavell Hines. He got a good bounce, but to move rather slowly around to his right to get that ball. No need for New Zealand to do anything rash at this stage. Going at over 5 and over.
Just held up there because there's still an adjustment in the field from Carl Hooper. Ridley Jacobs all alone behind the stumps. There you can see Hooper at short extra cover. One close man in. And the lovely setting in the background. The island of Bequia, way in the distance. Hooper taking great care in setting his field.
It's New Zealand in probably the most comfortable position they've been in so far on this tour. 56 for 1 of 10.2. No need for them to do anything rash. Just bat through and they'll get a good score.
Just dabbing it away well. Could run out towards the boundary despite the efforts of Pedro Collins. Stuck out the boot. Excellent work, saving a couple of runs. But Nevin again with good improvisation on his part and superb work by Pedro Collins. Gets the applause from the spectators behind him. Standing room only in the ground section.
The ball is coming on so nicely off this pitch for you to play your shots. Wasn't a bad ball by Cuffy, but just using the pace of it, Nevin got it away down to point. Good save by Pedro Collins.
Should get the single. Cuffy with the return, hits the stumps. They call for the run out. Let's see what umpire Doctrove will do this time. Cuffy appealing, and umpire Doctrove remains impassive, says nothing. No doubt he'll be reminded of what occurred about half an hour ago.
Well, umpire Doctrove has been under pressure from the start, but no need for him to call for the third umpire for that one. Nevin was home quite comfortably.
It's 1-1 as far as that scoreline is concerned. It was 1-1 after 90 minutes, an extra time between Spain and Ireland. Before the Spanish prevailed on penalties, 3-2. Our producer's better half will actually be the one who's agonizing over that loss. There you see him in the background shaking his head, wondering what went wrong. Give a call to console her. We'll get this away backward of square. Single at the end of the over. It's 61 for 1 after 11. Is it a turn of the tide for New Zealand after that early loss? Assel gone for 1. Since then, 58 have been put on by Fleming and Nevin. They're going extremely well, led by this man, Fleming. He's got a tremendous responsibility on his shoulders, Stephen Fleming, with the loss of his other senior partner, Nathan Assel.
Well, yes, he's one of the New Zealand batsmen in form, and he's certainly playing well at this stage. He would want to be there at the end.
Making the charge and swinging away backward a square over the head of Lara on the backward square leg boundary. Beautifully played by Fleming. He's taking a liking to the bowling from that southern end. Got it away extremely well off the middle of the bat.
Well, anything that's short on middle and leg, he gave that one the charge and broke up, trying to break up Corey Collimore's length. Collimore probably saw him coming and just dropped it in a bit short.
No exaggerated foot movement this time, and just a dot ball. But he knows he's got to look for the opportunities to score. He's manufactured a couple, and Corey Collimoore, who started with a maiden, now recognizes that he's going to be under pressure as well.
Yeah, I think he decided, premeditated, improvisation, call it what you will.
No.
Once more, right on spot, Corey Collimoore, after being blasted for that 6, the one blemish in this over. Just one scoring shot in his 10 deliveries so far. He's really gone after the bowling. Almost a runner ball. The useful series so far.
Yeah, Collymore has bowled quite well so far. Only his second over. But I think Fleming decided that he would give him the charge just to break up his length. And Collymore dropped it a bit short. Fleming took full toll of it.
Held up again. This time it's Cameron Cuffey coming in at a short fine leg. Bit of a gamble here by Carl Hooper. Will get the single on the offside. The field is deep. Chris Gale in that position. The end of over number 12. New Zealand batting first are 69 for 1. A lovely morning for sailing through the Grenadines. Wind gusting, tides moving along. And Carl Hooper decided to come into the attack. Did shift the momentum of New Zealand's progress at this stage.
Dr. Maurice Robinson, you are needed at the specialist hospital immediately.
Carl
Dr.
Hooper.
Maurice Robinson.
Stats, 230 matches. And pretty good economy rate for a slow bowler. I think that's quite good.
Will be called a wide, fractionally outside the leg stump, but such indiscretions really aren't allowed by the officials.
Yes, Fleming not getting hold of that. It's going to be interesting to see how the slower bowlers bowl today. New Zealand under no pressure in this game.
Just getting it off the pad. He's gone for less than 4 runs per over so far in this series. We'll be happy with that. Straight to Ryan Hines. Good figures so far.
Well, you can see here that Carl Hooper is trying to maintain that middle and leg stump line to Fleming. He's got 5 men on the leg side. Doesn't want to give him any room on the off stump.
Just gets past the infield this time. Wiggle Hines, very lively in the field, gives chase.
Go.
People having a word with him.
Yes, the slower bowlers in Hooper and Gale and Hines have bowled well to the New Zealanders so far in this series. And one of the reasons for that could very well be that New Zealand tended to lose wickets early on and have had to consolidate. Weren't in a position to play too many shots, to take too many chances. But that's a different situation here today. New Zealand 71 for 1. Very comfortable position. It'll be interesting to see if Hooper can keep it tight.
Still taking his time adjusting his field. Gets it down the leg side. Not the best of throws from Corey Collymore, even though he ran in very quickly. The West Indies have got a lot of work to do in their overall out cricket as the World Cup looms in South Africa. They've often found themselves slightly short of the required standard. He's a man who sets very high standards personally, Carl Hooper. End of the over from Carl Hooper. New Zealand going very well at 72 for 1. Second wicket pair. Almost 6 runs per over. Going over the top and gets it well. Running out towards the boundary. And I just have the legs to get there. Deciding it's a time to get a move on once more. Chris Nevin.
Fielding restrictions still in place for another couple of overs, and Nevin just striking down through the line. Wasn't a bad delivery, but using his feet and just picking it up over the top. It's a good shot.
He's gone at a useful rate, even though the average isn't all that hot. Come in invariably at the fall of an early wicket. It's been either Astle or Fleming. This time around it's Nathan Astle who's gone for 1. And they put on 73. Again with the drive, finding the gap on the offside. Will this be another over of boundaries? 2 off 2 at the start for Chris Nevin. Beautifully played. The run starting to flow again for the Kiwis.
Had some width there, Nevin. Had room to swing those arms. Got it just wide of Carl Hooper at that short extra cover position.
"20 of his runs and boundaries. A couple sliced over slip, doesn't matter really. Again, Hooper is not happy. Making another adjustment in the field, he's looking around.
I think you can see for the first time in the one-day series, Carl Hooper having to do a lot more thinking.
Fleming wants the run, is a long way down. Before it comes in, he almost tumbles over. They're looking for the overthrow as well. It's a comedy of errors.
Fleming got a long way down here. Oh, I think that would have been out if that hit. That was a direct hit. There's no reason to do that. You're 80 for 1 off 13 overs.
We'll get the run this time and maybe a second. Chris Gale giving chase. Hesitation, but good work by Gale. Got a bright smile on his face. Sharing words with Ramnari Sarwan. Just the single at the end of it all. Climbing closer and closer to 6 runs per over. They've done a good job. The rate they're going at, 296, will be a very good score. I think that should be enough to defend. And if there is rain, well, the West Indies could very well need to score 655. just the single. And maybe not exactly 655.
Yes, Cooper now has to do a lot more thinking about his field placing. And I think he's got that man at wide long off.
Right on spot with the last ball of over number 14. New Zealand going extremely well in this final one day at 82 for 1. Hooper trying to pull the Kiwis back in. Just 3 runs off his first over. Corey Collins proving a bit expensive in his last. Collins went for 26 in his 4th. And Cuffy rather expensive on his home ground. Translates into a good position for New Zealand. Single at the start of the over for Stephen Fleming. And in the commentary position, Ian Bishop, joined by Joseph Reds Pereira.
The best start by New Zealand. They have gotten up to the 50s and then lost a clump of wickets in other one-day matches. On this occasion, Ian, they've pushed on nicely after the early loss to us.
It's not so much a case of getting a good total here within the 15 overs. They still got another 5 overs to go to get out of that danger area. And no problems at all in this series with keeping the run rate going. He will be bearing in mind that he doesn't want to lose a wicket for the next 5 overs or so.
Take it! Slight error there by the New Zealand captain. Hasn't made many errors this morning, and he continues to do extremely well in this one-day season. Some suggestion of some movement there by Hooper. Come on. In his new role, maybe looking towards the World Cup. Just dropping it and running. 85 for 1 after 15. One of the best sights in the world from any commentary box, and it's certainly cleared up yesterday when I think the press and the New Zealand team went down to the Grenadines. It was a lot more misty and the weather wasn't all that good, but the last 2 days it's been very pleasant in St. Vincent and Grenadines. So we now have spin for both ends, Ian Bishop.
That's a good idea from Carl Hooper. Only thing that I would have done is probably to do it earlier. Chris Gayle has picked up wickets early in every game so far. Once he's come on, he's done the job. He's been pretty economical and pretty effective. And the West Indies need a breakthrough at this point. Carl Hooper being very precise about his field placing. The seam bowlers haven't bowled well, it's fair to say. They've been too expensive. Their line length has been wayward. And these two in action, Hooper and Gale, they should be able to apply a greater measure of control in terms of the direction, their line, and also their length. So it's an important time here for the West Indies. Few good overs might bring some reward for them. They've got to pull themselves together.
With 15 gone, Hooper can defend the boundaries a lot better. Gale's last ball, 7 overs. No middles, 2 for 27. He'll want to repeat that today. Quick throw, direct hit, but no runs. That's always the problem. 50 for Fleming in that exercise there. As the return comes in, but Fleming celebrating 50, and New Zealand moving further on.
It means a lot to him, and it should. He's anchored his team's innings well so far. This is the final one-day game of this series. New Zealand looking to square the series. It'll be a good achievement for them after a slow start to their Caribbean tour. Still a long way to go. But an inadvertent 3 runs. West Indies can ill afford to give away any extra runs in this game. They're off to a bad start, through some wayward bowling. New Zealand capitalized very well. At the moment, Stephen Fleming, an average of 44 so far in this series, will be having thoughts of maybe 280, even 300.
His third half-century since he started this new role for New Zealand. Started against Pakistan. Nevin, who has got his highest score in this game, is helping himself to one, just too short by Gale. Good platform for a competitive score of 260, 270.
Well, I think they'll be disappointed, New Zealand, to think about 260 or 270. They're already scoring at close to 6 runs and over. They've got 9 wickets left. If they score maybe 5 or 6 runs and over from here, they'll get to 297. And because of that platform that they've got with such a quick start and wickets in hand, they can just afford for the next few overs to just pick up the singles, 4 or 5 singles and over, and then of course the odd boundary if it comes their way. Well, they're staring down and entertaining the thoughts of something very big.
Good sensible batting in this over, not trying to hit the ball too hard. Gale's length hasn't been all that good, and just working the ball around and picking up not the boundaries as we've seen earlier, but the singles. Nevin, this is his highest score. He's had some good starts. And well caught. Just for a moment you thought he was just trying to stop it with a pull off a short delivery. And Hooper is very good close in. And just about when New Zealand seem to be going quickly on to the 100 without any further loss, here comes the catching of Carl Hooper.
Maybe there was just a little bit of extra bounce here from Chris Gale. It was pretty short. Pull shot was on. He just did not roll the wrist over it. Could not keep it down. And once again, Chris Nevin now falls at an inopportune time. He's got the 30, 92 for 2.
7 is asked to remove your vehicle immediately. It is blocking the gate to the bleachers. Failing to do so would mean that the police would tow your vehicle away. The driver of TE347 to remove your vehicle immediately. Driver of TE347 is asked to remove your vehicle from where it is parked and is blocking the gate to the bleachers. failure to do so would result in the removal of your vehicle by the police.
This is the highlights of today's play so far. The West Indies started very well. Pedro Collins picking up the early wicket once again of Nathan Astor. There was an element of doubt about it. Astor wasn't happy, but he had to go. And then Chris Nevin got into flow very early. And Stephen Fleming has been in fine touch, pulling down the ground, picking up quite a few boundaries. And one over of Pedro Collins that actually went for 26 runs. He's shown superb timing so far on all sides of the ground, Stephen Fleming. This lovely pull shot to coming down the track to Pedro Collins in that over that went for 26 runs. Chris Nevin was not to be outdone, striking ball quite sweetly, picking up and building on the momentum that was set by Stephen Fleming. The West Indies bowlers, it's fair to say, were not the best form. After all that action, Stephen Fleming is still there, still rotating the strike. He's in partnership now with Craig McMillan, who's the new batsman. He's had a poor run in the last 3 or 4 games. After 69 in the opening game. This is a series, the average of 18 reflects a poor continuation after a good first game for him in Jamaica.
Yeah, 6-9 not, 5-1 would be the scores. So Macmillan has come because of this is a little short. You'd be disappointed that he hit that just to the right of Hooper.
I think he'd be more disappointed because his dismissal came pinpointedly on the water break.
Macmillan, good one-day player, good cricketer for New Zealand, and both the one-day and test level. He has certainly come on from his early days, and would like to follow up what he started in Jamaica. Over ball, 94 for 2.
Come on guys, let's lift it.
Hooper and Gale did bowl a lot of overs in that game that was played in Trinidad. And again, the length there, line wrong, and I wouldn't pose too much of a problem to have them rotate the strike easily. Fleming not 89, 34 and 4 in the series. I suppose the ambition, he simply has to bowl at the target.
What he wants to be doing is to be bowling to his field. It's a rather split field at the moment, but he's got a lot of protection on the offside, those 4 men in the ring. He's also got a pretty well protected leg side field, but it's more protected than the offside because he's got 2 men sweeping the boundaries on the leg side, a deep backward square, a deep mid wicket.
And because they have scored so quickly earlier, they can afford to be patient and just work the ball around. They're ahead of their targets, I'm sure.
Over.
Good tight over, but just scoreboard ticking over at the 95 for 2. Spin attack continuing. Hooper didn't bring back one of the faster bowlers when Styrish was going so well in Trinidad. He might have considered that.
It's good stuff already by Hooper and Gale. The run rate, which was at one time very close to 6 runs and over, now dropped. It's around 5.18 at the moment. And they're extracting some form of control, just clawing things back. They've still got a long way to go, the West Indies, to claw it back to within their control. But at least the scoring rate is dropping. Kyle Hooper will be happy with that. That's very much better than 5 overs.
Good thinking by both men. Hooper saw him coming, pulled it down, and Fleming just pulled out of the effort to hit it high over the top. Excellent work here by Hooper. He's done this a lot over the years for the West Indies, for Kent, for Guyana, and he has bowled at the debt when he wasn't captain quite a lot.
The run rate for the last 5 overs, it's just been 3 runs and over, in contrast to it being well above 5, while the faster bowlers were on so far this morning.
Looking for a second to Cuffy. The return, no, changed their mind about it, and it's 98 for 2 up, 19, and the West Indies just pulling back a little on the runway.
1.
Seemed to be just a little out of touch. Macmillan had a little run-in with the match referee. Had to apologise as far as we understand. And trying to simply play himself nicely into touch before he starts attacking. Well, maybe next year when we're here in Bishop, that stand wouldn't be here because there's already plans to build a brand spanking stand in that place. So that will go next year when maybe Sri Lanka or Australia play here. And there's a development plan for this ground. It'll be done in phases. $100 has come up, and we haven't seen the 19th to 20th over completed. So although they've slowed in, because they were what, some 85 or 15, they're still ahead of the game.
And those supporters will be pretty pleased at the moment. They've come a long way to support their team. Didn't look too bright in the early stages of the tour. Certainly today they've gotten a lot to enjoy themselves about.
Nice control. Ball just hitting the face of the bat, and quickly the call. 100 for 2 off 20 overs. That's a sight for sore eyes any morning to wake up to that. Ian Bishop is in fact staying there. He has a lovely view each morning. And that's through, and traveling quickly, but getting there just ahead. So after a little bit of a lull, finally New Zealand getting back into the boundary game. Just too short.
Well, he gave him the width, Carl Hooper. It's fair to say that Stephen Fleming made room for himself. He actually took this off his middle and off stump, so it wasn't a bad delivery. But because he's got no one sweeping on the offside, Carl Hooper, it ran away for 4. So good innovation shown once again by Fleming.
Quick effort. Typical Jacobs. He's very, very good with the ball bouncing high out towards the right shoulder.
And his reflexes had to be very, very good here.
Nice quick delivery. An encouraging track the ball on. There's been a little bit of turn.
Keep working.
Good stop. And it's nice to see the woodwork being hit.
And they've hit the stumps pretty often this morning, the West Indies. It's one good characteristic that they can take out of this morning's play, and there hasn't been too many. They've been pinpoint in terms of their accuracy, 95% of the times.
A little bit of luck in going back to the way. 21 gone, 108 for 2. 55th one-day national between these two. West Indies won 21, New Zealand 10. As Tony Kosher mentioned earlier on, a fine record here, only losing to Pakistan. And you can see West Indies won a lot of the early one internationals when they met, starting in the 75 World Cup. Well, that's a view from the edge of the balcony, edge of the rail. You've got to be 6'4" to see. Could be a run out. Nope. Missed opportunity, Ian Bishop.
The pressure is starting to tell now on these two New Zealand batsmen. Kyle Hooper and Chris Gale have done very well. Put some control over the situation, relative control.
It is nice and fine, getting the angle. This is going to run away. And Sauron gets there. Good bit of work. Nice, skillful bit of batsmanship there. Just allowing the ball to run. And on a faster ground, that would have been 4.
Deliberate opening up the pace here from Stephen Fleming, using the pace, and the quick pace of Chris Gale's delivery very well.
Well, that's about the first drive he's given of late. He's just been back of a length. 102 for 2. Been able to put the brake momentarily on New Zealand. 2 for 112. They've pulled the rate down to just over 5. And another bowling change out in the middle. We have a double change here. Wayne Daniel along with Tony Kosher. Yeah, thanks, Reds.
Well, they've pulled it back now. The job for Pedro Collins here is to ensure that they don't explode once more. His confidence would have been shattered by that last over he bowled. Started very well, 3 overs, 1 made and 1 for 6, and then all of a sudden, boundaries flying in all directions. A bump switch went over the keeper's head, and 3 overs for 6 became 4 overs for 32. 26 conceded in that over. Changes ends now. And bowled in. Strikes with his first delivery, and that is a very, very important wicket. And Collins comes back. A complete misjudgment on the part of Fleming. Fleming, who was going so well. And a decisive strike by Collins with his first ball in his second spell.
Complete misjudgment here by Fleming. And it was right in his slot as well. He legs it on that leg stump. And trying to turn that down the leg side, bowling him off his pad. 65 to Fleming, 112 for 3.
Vincent is the new batsman coming in to replace his captain, Stephen Fleming, who had batted so well and was just in a position in the 23rd over to continue on from the foundation he had set when Pedro Collins coming back, and as he did in his opening spell, getting a wicket with his first ball. Got Astle at the beginning with his first ball of the match, and now has come back and got Fleming bowled off the pad.
Well, yes, that should help Pedro Collins to settle down. It was nothing delivery, really, nothing much about it. It was leg stump going further down. And that's where Fleming likes to score his runs. And perhaps just getting inside of it too much.
What Hooper has done here with two relatively new batsmen in, neither settled yet, is to just tighten up his field. Good aggressive move here by Hooper. He's got a slip, and he's got backward point cover, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, backward square leg. He only needs to have 4 men within the field restricting area. He's got 7. Vincent gets off the mark, just running it down to 3rd man. So he's just not allowing the batsman here to take singles easily, putting pressure on them, daring them to try and hit boundaries.
Well, that wicket would certainly have taken the pressure off Pedro Collins, but hammered to all parts.
Macmillan distracted by something behind the bowler's arm. It's that cop wearing the uniform which you had on in St. Lucia on that last day, that light blue shirt, which you see you've got on again today, Wayne. Collins wasn't too happy when he was running. He just threw the ball into the dirt as he was aborted halfway through his run. So good comeback by him, a wicket. Just the 1 run in the over so far. 1 ball remains. And just 1 run off the over. Good comeback by Pedro Collins. 26 off his previous over. Now 1 off this and a wicket. 113 for 3. So Macmillan and Vincent now with a job just to rebuild the innings after the losses of Fleming and Nevin. Had a very good partnership of 89 from 90 deliveries, the two of them. A little bit of drift for Gale. Really has been a fine for the West Indies, I think. Now they've settled that he's going to bowl all 10 overs. In the limited overs game, a job which he and Hooper used to share. He's done the job so well, I think he's guaranteed now that he'll be bowling his 10. Just looks so simple, but it is simple, isn't it? Just line and length.
Well, he's not one of those bowlers that you can underestimate. He just bowls that right line in that length, and it's quick.
Having to hurry.
Yes, he doesn't try to do anything out of the ordinary, Gale. Just bowl it quick, off stump. Doesn't give you a lot of room. He doesn't give you much time to get under him. to hit him over the top.
Well stopped, prevented the single. West Indies now already got the bit between the teeth here. One run off the over. Things have slowed down. They're 114 for 3 of 24 overs. Having removed Stephen Fleming. Fleming 7 4s and a 6 in 65 from 81 deliveries. Going to be some noise up in one of those stands in a while. They've moved in with their drums and their steel pans. Just having moved into position. They'll be going in a while. As with all the grounds in the Caribbean, plenty of music. Have to hurry. And again the stumps hit. The West Indies must have hit the stump, so I would think today 8 or 10 times. None of us gained them a run out, although one should have. Shivnarayan Chandapal.
New Zealand batsman there, looking for the quick single. And I think you can sense the shift in momentum at this stage. West Indies now very much back in this game. And now Sarwan picking up and hitting the stumps cleanly. The pressure back on New Zealand.
Neither batsman yet settled. And it's good to see too that Hooper has really sensed the occasion, seizing the moment here with that attacking field in a one-day context, of course. 7 men within the field restricting area, 3 more than he need have.
Yes, coach. I think he knows that if he can keep the pressure on here, he himself has gone in at slip. And if he can get another wicket here, that adds the pressure. Puts a lot more pressure on New Zealand. He's kept a very attacking field. And it's up to the New Zealand batsmen now to try to force the pace.
Hooper won't mind the singles. He's just challenging them to hit 4s with this field setting. And the bowlers have responded after that early blitz from Fleming especially and Nevin.
Yes, what Pedro Collin wants to do, should be trying to do consistently, is just to bowl that line and length close to the off stump. Don't give the batsman any room.
Another good over, just the 2 coming from it. We're at the halfway point, 25 overs gone, 116 for 3. Very pretty island, St. Vincent, a big sailing area as well. A number of yachts sail from here through the Grenadine Islands. It's a very big earner for their treasury every year through tourism. I think that's the boat we sailed in around the Grenadines in Easter. Always like to head down to Beckway at least once a year. That's a trimaran, in fact. A little bit big for me, but they are a number of beautiful islands stretching out.
The chain between St. Vincent and Grenada, the Grenadine Islands. And there's one. Under power rather than sail.
The ball comes.
Gale just 17 runs for his 5 overs before this. Pressure on here. Good work by the West Indies. Good comeback. And that's the pressure. It's telling. Improvisation of shots now.
Yeah, the New Zealand batsmen have to try to do something. Gale has not given them any room at all. His last 10 overs, 24 runs.
Struck that pretty well, but there's a man out there. It's a long boundary. Well fielded, good return too. Very good work by Ratnarash Shah, and he's got a good arm. There they go. Didn't take long for them to get moving.
Cramps. Field comes.
Just past the bowler, so 2 runs off the over. Break still on New Zealand here. 118 for 3, 26 overs gone. Lovely day here in St. Vincent. Plenty of blue sky. Nice bright sunshine. The island of Beckway in the distance. Not too far distance. Collins now to Vincent. Not St. Vincent, Lou Vincent.
There's Vincent trying to play a forcing shot there to deliver that's close to him. Just moved away after it past the bat. But the pressure on New Zealand now. You can see that from the way the batsmen are playing.
He's got it through. Long chase around here for 3rd man. Will just make the save, Ryan Hines out there. Come back for 3. By just checking to see if the ball didn't touch the boundary.
Ryan Hines there getting down. No, that was saved. That boundary was saved.
So it does count as 3. I noticed that Hines did save the boundary. The first shot turned more than 2 between these two.
It's well ball by Collins. It's kept a tight line. Good length. New Zealand now having to look to try to force the ball. Looking for runs. Runs have certainly dried up the last 10-11 overs.
In the air, didn't quite get hold of it. Just clears mid-on. Come back for 2 and might look for a 3rd here. Cuffy is onto it. No, just the 2. Now the latch running. Just cleared mid-on. But Collins just dropping it in short. Perhaps lucky to get away with it.
This wasn't a good delivery at all. Nice bunks there for the batsman, but didn't get hold of it.
C is the one side of this ground, and the other side is the E.T. Joshua Airport. That plane has just landed. New Zealand were flying early on, but they've landed too. Haven't made any real progress since Fleming and Nevin were dismissed after their partnership 89 from 90 deliveries. Past the keeper. Put the left glove to it. They'll come back for a second. Buys. Jacobs just body beat there by the movement of the ball. He went right, the ball went left. So 2 buys ends off the over. 125 for 3, 27 overs gone. And Vincent have made much progress since they've come together. Had to deal with some very accurate bowling from Chris Gale especially, and from Collins on his return. Now Corey Cullimore comes back. Cullimore 3 overs for 17 in his opening spell. Hooper will keep the field in for the new bowler. These two haven't really got away. Looks as if he's going to just set Lara deep. Considering it, yes, he'll go to a deep point. So there'll be 6 fielders within the field restricting area. Still 2 more than have to be in there. Needs only to have 4, but he's got the reins pulled tight on New Zealand here. Vincent waiting for strike. Very meticulous about the field setting. West Indies know that they can't afford now to just release the pressure. Last match of the series, 5 one-day internationals between the teams. First one abandoned after New Zealand's innings because of rain. West Indies winning the back-to-back matches at the new Beausejour Stadium in St. Lucia, and New Zealand winning on the Duckworth-Lewis system in Trinidad. So they need to win here to level the series. And then we go on to the test matches. First one starting next Friday, Kensington Oval in Barbados, and then the following Friday, new Queen's Park Stadium in St. George's, Grenada.
6-3 offside field for Cullimore. He knows he has to bowl.
He got there and was about to deliver, and then aborted it. That's one seemed to be coming down to him.
He got to the takeoff point, but didn't release it.
Worked away. Gale's the fielder. Come back for the second. Just lying a little bit too much leg side with that strong offside field.
It's a 6-3 offside field for him. He's got to be on about off stump. Still don't want to give the batsman any room to be hit through the offside. There's a man at deep point, on the deep point boundary. So he wants to still try to keep it as close to off stump as possible. There's nobody at deep extra cover.
still, line wrong. Hooper will have to consider his field here now. If his bowler can't bowl great, he'll have to think about strengthening the leg side. Tickets for the test matches which come up, as we said, in Barbados and Grenada. Just call that number, 1-800-744-GAME. That's the number. Yeah, I think Hooper will have to just think about putting in that mid-wicket.
Yes, because you're still getting at least 5 runs and over. That keeps the score ticking. The boundaries are not coming, but runs are still being piled on. Be interesting to see who comes in next for New Zealand. If Harris will come or Styrus.
Again, leg side, so easy runs picked up on the leg side. Over to a strong offside field, 131 for 5 with 6 runs off the over. .22 overs remain. New Zealand have been pegged back. They still have a good total on the board. They've got 7 wickets in hand. 131. If they travel on at 6 runs and over, be getting 263, and that'll be enough to make them jump. Collins just on his way, not quite ready, the batsman, because Hooper has now decided to protect the deep cover boundary. Similar field to what he had for Cullimore, only 3 men on the leg side, so it's a very strong offside field for Collins. The kind of line he's looking for. Well struck, but the offside field is well protected.
Yes, Hooper giving Collins that very strong offside field, and he can't afford to stray. Anything too straight to either of these batsmen will get worked through the leg side. So he's really got to look to be 6 to 8 inches outside that off stump.
Yeah, that's a good line for the field that has been set. Collins in his 8th over now. 26 off one of those overs. Subtract 26 from 40, really has bowled pretty well apart from that. Cuffy's a fielder and a stumble, and they'll come back and make use of additional 2 runs from Cuffy here for the misfield. Rather clumsy effort by Cuffy.
This wasn't a bad delivery by Collins at all. It's worked through the leg side by Macmillan. And Cuffy's really having a nightmare in the field. Struggling to get down, can't get his body behind it.
A long season, and he's over the age of 30 now. He's going on to 32. He's conceded an additional 6 runs from misfields. One fine leg that went straight through him, short fine leg. He's just feeling the pressure. He had a bit of problems with his knee just before the start of play today at practice.
What is amazing, Pose, there's hardly anybody around to replace him. He's been struggling for a long time. You could see for a long time that he's looked really weary, but no one around to take his place.
Adam Sanford, in fact, was brought in as cover for this match, not playing. Hammered away. Long chase around for backward point, but he won't get there. Gone away for 4, so 7 off the over. New Zealand just beginning to accelerate once more, 138 for 3. Have used 5 bowlers. They will now use a 6th, with Ryan Hines going to come in now. It's been rather expensive so far, Ryan Hines. New to international cricket, more a batting all-rounder than top-line left-arm spinner. I wonder if it's necessary for Hooper to bring him in here. Hooper and himself go with all 10 overs. Hooper and Gale go with all 10 overs. Would be no necessity for Ryan Hines to be used. But he's in the side. He's bowled badly on occasions. Scott Styrus went after him on a couple of occasions. And let's see how he goes. 138 for 3, 29 overs. 21 to go, so a crucial period here. New Zealand will feel that they should be able to get up to about 260, 270. That would be a minimum for them.
Certainly at this stage, they don't want to be losing wickets. Bowlers like Hines, they'll just look to work around. Then Hooper bringing Hines on. If he can bowl the right line, don't give the batsman any room outside off stump. If he can bowl that middle and leg line, might not be easy to get after him.
If he gets his body behind it. It's amazing that when you are struggling in the field as he is, that the ball keeps following him. Again, just a couple of runs with that shot. One to McMillan, now one to Vincent. It's a little tattle.
Yeah, someone like Hines can bowl well. The New Zealand batsman will certainly have to take a chance against him.
And they're just shoveling him around ready. If it does miss the bat, comes off the pad, there's the opportunity for a leg by, as we saw earlier.
I think they've decided they're not going to take any chances against him.
There's 2 runs from the bat and the leg by in the first over from Hines, 141 for 3. 20 overs remain. partnership worth 29 from 47 deliveries. They had to regroup New Zealand after the loss of Nevin and Fleming in relatively quick succession after that partnership between the two of them, 89. Collins now will continue in the commentary box. Fazir Mohammed, and with him, Ian Bishop.
Thank you very much, Tony. Celebrations continue. They celebrate for almost anything. Looking for the gap through the onside and finds it well. So they're looking to pick up the pace and continuing with the no ball as well. And McMillan, a dismissive stroke from the right-hander off the left-arm seamer.
Well, he's frustrated, Pedro Collins, written all over his face because he's overstepped the line quite clearly, and to compound everything, he's bowled it short. That is not the place you want to bowl. He's learned that lesson already this morning, bowling short to Stephen Fleming, and he's doubled up to Craig McMillan. He's a strong puller. Craig McMillan plays the horizontal bat shots very well. That just loosens the shackles, gets things going a little bit.
Getting it on spot this time, they'll go for the run. Chandapol, Sarwan, is it? Can't pick up.
It's been a good partnership, a decent one between McMillan and Vincent. Came on the back of New Zealand losing 2 quick wickets of Nevin and Fleming in quick succession. 35 or 49 balls. No doubt they'll be looking to build on that.
Good shot. Let's see if they'll get more than one. Good bit of work by Chris Gale in the field. West Indies just buckling a bit under the pressure. Even after we saw a couple quiet overs, they're looking to pick up the pace, and we're seeing a few misfields. Working through the onside again, just for the single. Lara coming off the players' pavilion. He's been on both sides of the wicket so far, Pedro Collins.
He hasn't had the best of days as Pedro Collins. Been a frustrating time for him. Started off well, picking up a wicket in his first over, but in the main, Craig McMillan has walked across his stumps there and manipulated the crease very well.
Almost a waist-high full toss. Backed up, saving the possibility of 4 overthrows. Lara thought it was very close.
I think he would have been out. That's what I thought at first view had Brian Lara hit the stumps. Maybe not. Vincent is very, very quick, very nimble.
Walking across the stumps again and able to get the single very easily. Decided that he's going to look for the gaps wherever he can.
And what he does, Craig McMillan, just look at the feet. He's sitting at home watching. Look how far across he is, because he knows that Pedro Collins' line, ideally with the field, is going to be off stump. 150 for 3.
Just another single at the end of the over. The 150, the third 50 coming up a bit slower, but New Zealand still going reasonably well. 152 for 3. The two most productive overs have come off Pedro Collins, one for 26, and the last for 11. They're still celebrating, sometimes almost oblivious to what's going on out in the middle.
Take a shift. Flat.
Chanapol always alert, many bandages as a footballer. Couldn't stop the single that time. Sooner or later he'll pick up the ball. Elbow pads, thumb wrapped up, both hands, little finger on the right hand also strapped. Good running between the two. Vincent called immediately. But I'm happy to get going today. Likewise, Vincent.
Plan the blue.
Straight to Wivel Hines. Key position at the backward point.
Ball.
The slower bowlers seem to be performing much better on this pitch here at Arnesville. It's a little bit of turn. Gale, Hooper and now Hines bowled rather
The comeback for the second was well timed. Lara covering ground well in front of the point boundary to end the over from Ryan Hines. 32 overs gone, 156 for 3. Not so long ago, the read suggested that they would get closer to 300. Now they'll be happy to get 250. Gets it away past the short fine leg. Not for a boundary, but for a couple. Spraying down the leg side there, Carl Hooper. The break on the scoring in his spell. His 6th over now. Hopeful shout. Going at about 3 runs per over so far. Look for one. Lara has had a lot of work to do in the last couple of overs. It's a good return. Might be troubled by that left elbow, but doesn't bother him when it comes to throwing. Uses his right hand. He'll go for it. Throw comes into the non-striker's end. A bit of a dive. Didn't hit the stumps. But not best pleased with the effort.
Well, Hines had the option of throwing at any end. Had he been quicker to this, more direct hit as well, would have seen Vincent short of his ground.
Looking to swing again. Just out to show third man. Chris. Already seems to have been put off from very early on by the attack from Stephen Fleming against Pedro Collins, taking a lot of time adjusting his field. Another single. Over completed, 161 for 3. away from the 50 partnership. Vincent and McMillan. Now for the first time distracted by some movement behind the bowler's arm.
Well, finally, in my view, Cameron Coffey is now finding his rightful position. He fielded at short third man for a long time, and I think that was a huge mistake by Carl Hoover. It hasn't been too expensive. But short third man is an area where the ball is going to go pretty often. Coffey's been tired, he's not fielded very well. Finally, he gets some respite and deep backward square.
Takes that to fine leg. Another medium fast bowler comes in, Pedro Collins. Did you enjoy being on the infield at any time?
I loved it. Always kept in the game. Can become a little bit boring down at deep square leg and fine leg and third man and places like that. It's always exciting to be involved in the game close in.
No fielder close in this time. They'll get a couple. Playing it well. Lou Vincent just paddling very, very fine.
These two will just be looking to take this score to some area of relative safety, maybe the 35th over, before they try to do anything, take a few more risks. They're very aware that they couldn't afford to lose too many wickets 10 to 12 overs ago. It's taking them a little bit of time going about this partnership.
Getting this one away, back with a square. Straight to Pedro Collins.
They just want to get themselves into an area where with maybe 12 or 13 overs to go, they've still got quite a number of wickets in hand, and then they can look to maximize the last portion of this innings.
Looking for the gap on the offside, finds it, and beautifully played. Getting some width outside the off stump and piercing the offside field for a welcome boundary for New Zealand. A bit more of a headache for Carl Hooper.
Good timing from Craig McMillan. Two fielders at backward point are very close together. Just look at that. It's like threading a needle, finding the gap between the two of them, and he's done it to perfection.
Again, he threads that needle. This time on the other side of the seam. Just beyond point. A good day to be sitting at home sewing and to be out watching the cricket. Beautiful weather.
Feel it, brother.
No run on the final ball, but they're still doing a good touch-up job. McMillan and Vincent at 170 for 3. I wonder whose palatial dwelling that is. Do I see the name Ian Raphael Bishop somewhere about the door frame?
If only. I'd love to be the owner of that mansion. That's what's so picturesque about this ground. Nice hilly backdrop, spotted with some lovely homes. And New Zealand will be quite happy as well. With 170 for 3. A run rate now of 5 runs and over. Dropped well below 5 for a while when Stephen Fleming was dismissed, but they'll be happy to get it up back to 5. As Cameron Coffey comes in, faster bowlers have gone for a few runs on this ground. So now, with the foundation set, Coffey has to bowl well for the West Indies. Otherwise, New Zealand will be looking to score 5 to 6 runs and over from here. And once again, 280 to 90 could once again be in sight if the West Indies aren't careful.
Getting some width outside the off stump at the start of his new spell. Bit of a tease from Chris Gale, the looking to see if they would go for the second run. Went to be fooled. He's enjoying himself at the moment, Chris Gayle, because he's getting a few runs, doing well with the ball. Needs to really turn those good starts over, certainly at the test level. He'll have the chance in 5 days' time when the series begins in Barbados. They'll go for it and get it. He's keeping the scoreboard ticking over. Cuffy is operating from the area known as the airport end.
Well, he won't mind giving away the single at this stage. Neither will New Zealand mind getting them. Where he doesn't want to be is short on this track. It's a short leg side boundary towards the players' pavilion.
Yeah. Just a single. Collins coming off the boundary. He's just looking to find a consistent line at the start of another spell, Cameron Cuffy, running in from the airport end.
And that's all he ideally needs to do. Good length, just on about the off stump. Doesn't need to try to do anything special. 3 singles off 3 deliveries. Not spectacular, but he'll be happy with that at this stage.
Can't beat Chandapol moving around. Very energetic. He hasn't got a particularly long run at Cameron Cuffy. Doesn't generate a tremendous amount of pace. His forte is really line and length. Looking to take it over the top. Lara has some running to do again. Forward of square. Won't get to the boundary.
Well, he improvises so well, Greg McMillan. He doesn't stay in one position at the crease. Takes this from maybe just outside the off stump. We saw him moving around the crease of Pedro Collins earlier as well. He's an infuriating batsman to bowl against. Just look at where he hits this from miles outside the off stump. That's the nature of the one-day game now.
We'll come back for a second. Good running between these two. Good rotation of the strike. The end of the over. New Zealand recovering 178 for 3. still heading towards a very competitive total at 178 for 3. Let's take a look at what has happened so far on this day in St. Vincent. New Zealand suffering an early setback, unfortunately. After given out, caught behind off the bowling of Collins. He went for just one, but then the runs would start to flow. Hassel not at all happy. Fleming leading the charge through mid-on, and then a disdainful shot forward of square, getting it away off Collins, and then driving through the offside. Joining in the fun and swinging away over square leg, over the head of the man on the backward square leg boundary. Fleming in full cry. Nevin joining in, going over the top, looking to support his captain well. And New Zealand really pushing along in the early stages. Then the setback, pushing this delivery straight into the hands of Carl Hooper. Chris Nevin gone for 30, Gale striking early. Then bowling, going too far across, and Fleming really making a mess of it, gone for 65. The batting continuing with the partnership building with Vincent, and then McMillan pulling her through mid-wicket. McMillan again joining in and getting this one through the gap, backward of point. The run starting to flow once again for New Zealand, and they'll be looking for that to continue. They continue to celebrate. Ask them what's the score. Probably won't be able to give you all the details, but there you have them.
And the bowling is going to be the point of interest for Carl Hooper. He has to be flexible today. The last 3 guys on the list, the slow bowlers, the spinners, more economical, much more so than the top 3 faster bowlers. And it must be the case put in today that Hooper, Gale and Hines have to bowl the majority of the 15 overs that are left. 8 to share between Hooper and Gale. More experience of that at 3-some. Guys, Ryan Hines, one of the guys who don't put a great deal of pace on the ball. And this pitch is just a little bit more spinner friendly than 1 or 2 of the others we've seen in this series so far.
Just held up by another adjustment in the field. Will get the single. Chandapol leaves it behind him. Could have made a second. He's taking his eyes off the ball. Cardinal error. Seems to be feeling something as well in the back of the legs. The West Indies have been fortunate with injuries so far in this 2002 season, but now they're without Mervyn Dillon. The Chandapol just seems to be feeling maybe the hamstring. Doesn't seem to be perturbed at all now. Going for the reverse in the air and over the man at a point.
Well, it's come to the period in the game now where McMillan and Vincent have to up the tempo just a bit. They have to be looking to increase the scoring rate. Must be looking to score at least off every ball that's left during the remainder of this innings.
And that's a dot ball, called a wide in. So they benefit by the run.
I guarantee you it wasn't too close from touching the leg stump of Lou Vincent. And Hines might feel he was a bit hard done by because it pitched wide, but it turned towards the stumps.
Take it! In the air and over the hands of Shivnarine Chandapol. They'll come back for a second. Shows a greater degree of risk in their stroke play. As you mentioned, the slow bowlers are doing a much better job than the openers, opening bowlers. Cuffy, Collins, Collymore went for a few. Will get the single down to long off. Final ball of the over. New Zealand still progressing very well at 184 for 3. Slow bowlers continue to be relatively economical compared to the men at the top. Cuffy, Collins, Collymore. Cuffy continuing, concedes a couple of runs, maybe a boundary. Well played by Lou Vincent, finding the gap superbly. And yet again, the quicker they come, the quicker they go. And we're back in the commentary position, Wayne Daniel and Rex Pereira.
Straight away, Wayne. Nice shot. Truly the onside.
Well, that's a magnificent shot. Ball coming into Vincent.
When he got the 60-odd not out in St. Lucia, you know, I thought along the lines of watching him play in a test match, I think he's going to be a handful in the test match.
Pushes out that one, a bit too wide, not compact. He would get the left leg a bit closer to it.
Cameron Cuffy, one of 8 Vincentians to play Test cricket for the West Indies. 6, of course, playing for the West Indies itself. Starting with Alfie Roberts, the batsman who played against New Zealand in '56, and adding the likes of Michael Finley, Winston Davis, Nixon McLean, and Ian Allen. And a couple of mates of Wayne Daniel, Wolf Slack, and Neil Williams, who went on to play for England.
Yeah, both very good players for Middlesex. Both Slack, ultimate batsman. Neil Williams is quite quick on his day.
Hitting hard at it and benefit from there, from the outer parts of the bat. Williams just to complete what Wayne Daniel was saying, now making a contribution at the Windwards level, the Windwards coach.
Yes, spoke to him when he was in Barbados with the Windwards team, and he's enjoying it.
And that's Ian Allen in the blue in our box. Looks to be on the shy side. Just disappears as soon as the camera picks him up. Over ball by Cuffy, 27 gone, 3 for 191. Cooper still trying to slip in some useful overs from Ryan Hines. Who bowled a lot at the youth level for Barbados and at the West Indies youth level. And did bowl out the leewards in Nevis for Barbados, which was a magnificent win when all looked lost for Barbados. And change his mind there, Wayne.
Well, yes, I think Hooper has the field just about right for him now. He's got that man at short fine. And that's a wide. Anything outside the leg stump. But Ryan Hines needs to bowl that middling leg line. And before Carl Hooper didn't have that man at short fine. He kept getting sweet.
Regulation one day shot off the back foot to delivery, which is spinning up from outside off.
They kept sweeping him and he changed his line somewhat to more off stump and got hit through the offside for a couple of boundaries.
Learning all the time, Ryan, and you can see him pushing that one through. Good future ahead of him.
His line has to be middling leg with this field that Carl Hooper has set for him.
Well, sacrilege really, Wayne, to see spinners bowling no ball. That ends the over. 3 for 195 in 38 now. Well, Fleming going in the first ball of the 23rd. These two has moved very nicely on. Still on target for around the 260, maybe 270. And Hooper back to an all-spin attack. Big appeal for caught behind. And Hooper not getting the support from umpire De Silva, who is in his 19th one-day international.
Well, Jacobs went up straight away, but delayed reaction from Hooper.
Hooper guilty of just being too wide there. It's got to be middle and leg. Good control shot. You can see him thinking of the shot, knowing where exactly the man is, Wayne Daniel, and just beating him to the right.
Well, this is very good cricket by these two New Zealand batsmen.
Again, Hooper guilty. And this is just going to ease the pressure a little bit. Well, bottom hand in that shot.
No reason for them to do anything rash. Too wise by Hooper in this over so far. They're playing it exactly right. You don't want to lose. That's 200 up for New Zealand. You don't want to do anything rash at this stage. Still quite a few overs to bat. It's another 11 overs.
An attempted cross haul there, but didn't hit it anywhere near the middle. There were 80 5 for 1 off 15. Good time delivery, end of the over. 3 for 200 exactly. Good line, just a fraction on leg stump, but they've scored fairly quickly. Last 50 off 49. Wayne there. Well, the flower of New Zealand made that famous. It started by the Pakistanis, and that's his 50. And 50 with a reverse sweep. And this partnership really continuing to grow in strength.
It's a very good knock by Macmillan. Realizing that Ryan Hines was not giving him any room. Using the reverse sweep very effectively.
That kind of reverse sweep, when you don't start playing it in the middle. It's got to be practiced as a skill.
Yes, he's a very skillful player. Very attractive stroke maker.
Ready.
I see Macmillan's sweep. I think of Ian Chappell, how many runs he would have scored in this kind of one-day cricket, because he swept the ball from outside off easily. The all-spin attack, not quite as tight as Hooper would like.
I think he's bowled quite well, Ryan Hines.
No more.
Well, New Zealand happy with anything extra they can get.
I think he's bowled quite well. Two batsmen in good touch. They don't have to do anything rash. They don't have to.
Again, the strong bottom hand coming in. For a moment, I thought he was looking to hit inside out. That's the end of the over. 40 gone, 209 for 3. Were lucky in that occasion, and that didn't cost the West Indies more. Short and outside leg stump, and that could be hit through mid-wicket.
Again. Burn!
Last 100 partnership, not the best of effort by the West Indies in the field. One got the impression that had one in it. Upon this time too full, but a very productive partnership in that night.
Yes, Brian Lara deep out there in that mid-wicket boundary.
Batsman thought there might have been a case for a wide there. A little smile on Macmillan's face. And again, a little bit lapse in the field allows a second run. And West Indies have had a few lapses.
Well, it's a long boundary out there. Lara trying to for the one-arm pickup.
He's looking to get more on the ball. Ball just died away and went slowly to the man. He was looking to beat him to his left. Good thinking there. Has been a bit untidy in this over. On the pads outside the leg stump. 41 gone, 216 for 3. Well, we are very much into the Calypso hour. And New Zealand has got the wickets in hand. Nice to have the man in for the sweep to find a win, Daniel. It's going straight to the man you've put there.
Yes, he didn't have that man there before, and they were able to sweep him around there for runs.
Little bump in the outfield and Coffey attacking it. But good running. Not the smoothest Arnes Vale I've seen, but this facility does serve track and field and some international football matches. Not looking for the second on that occasion.
I think Carl Hooper is going to have to get his quickest fielders out on the boundaries, so long boundaries.
Reverse sweep again will be as successful as the first. It is as successful. Well, Flower of Zimbabwe can hit a 6 reverse sweep. He's settling for a second boundary, and the reverse sweep paying off again.
Well, this was a good shot by Matt Miller, but certainly too slow a delivery by Ryan Hines. He needs to, the line is right, but it should be a lot quicker. He had a lot of time to turn around.
So not a good over for Ryan Hines. Still young, still inexperienced, and playing as looking to hit slightly inside out, looking for the gaps, the angles, and coming back for the second. So the charge has really started. Wickets in hand, and they're going to push on towards 280 if they can get there.
Well, they played it really well, the New Zealanders. They've taken 2 now on numerous occasions once the ball has gone into the deep.
Yet another miss, and yet another run. 42 gone, 227 for 3. That rate beginning to creep up once more. They were well over 6 at one time, New Zealand. Aiming for about 280 if they can get that far, 270 at least. And a bowling change. Gale replacing the West Indies captain.
Oh, is that?
No support coming from the bowler himself there, Gale.
Good, Grant.
Very quick, Chris Gale.
And hike straight, and I thought for a moment that the man at long on would have come across, but it was his hard. He was a little wide. A lot of bottom hand into that shot. He's been playing in that area with a lot of bottom hand. Successful bottom hand shot.
Let's see. That one quite hard. Placed it well.
This is another boundary in the making. And New Zealand having a very good period over the last 3 or 4 overs. Just too short. And they've been there for a long time, not to put these short and bad deliveries away.
Carl Hooper. This was a bad delivery, a long hop. He had the room to swing his arms, had the time to place it. And he did that well. Got it over the man at mid-wicket, pierced the field.
He goes around the wicket. Normally when he bowls a lot of darts right into the crease area, hasn't done this so far. Another hit across out to that mid-wicket position. Lara on the run. Picks up.
He hasn't been able to get it in the right area, Chris Gale. Given room there again to swing across the line.
And again, he helps himself this time down to backward square. Over came very quickly. The runs came very quickly. 43 overs gone. Already 238 for 3. Well, that's the options that Hooper's got. He's got 2 more from Coffey, 1 more from Collins. He's got a lot from Collymore. Gale 7, Hines 7. He's employed 6 so far. Time to bring the quicks back. Wayne Daniel.
Well, he's been very expensive, Pedro Collins. He hasn't got a lot to choose from now, Carl Hooper. Most of the bowlers have gone for plenty. Saw Gale, who was very tight first couple of overs, going for 11 off his last over. Pedro Collins there going at over 6 and over. So Carl Hooper is going to have his headaches. Well, he has his headaches. His bowlers have been going for quite a few. Still 7 overs to go. New Zealand have only lost 3 wickets, so they still have a lot of wickets left. And someone like Scott Starr is to come, a big hitter.
Well, lucky that didn't really go to the boundary fork, although it's a giftful toss. And up to 58 he had given away before this over started. 26 came off 1 over. Fleming really flamed away.
Yeah, we haven't seen the West Indian cricket bowlers try to affect the change of play pace, the slower ball that the New Zealanders do so well.
I'm just talking about Starris. In the circumstances here, in a day like this with New Zealand in this position, one can expect Fleming maybe just pushing him in front of Harris, Wayne.
Well, my thinking is that he should come in front of Harris on any given day, Reds. And certainly in this situation, you want to get him in.
They tried to bowl something right in the crease area. And again, they were able to come back for the second run. They're running hard. And they're starting the first run quickly, which is a fundamental.
I think on this field, you have to get the right fielders in the right place. They're long boundaries. You have to get your quickest fielders on the boundary. Perhaps a little way in. A lot of the fielders have been too far back. They've been right back on the fence. And the New Zealanders have been able to take a lot of twos.
Going to drop safely, and that's covered by Sawam. And again, not a 2 to the New Zealand total. They're going to beat the 248 by far their best. On this occasion, they've got wickets in hand, they got overs left. And again, the length there, not good by Collins. Well, 50.
50 well-played runs by Lou Vincent. He struck the ball well. He'll be happy with that. His first real score in this series so far.
Now he got a 60 before that, Wayne. But I think he'll be happy with this. His only score before that was in fact the 60. 244 for 3. Well, the tempo definitely are going to pick up with the wickets in hand. 6 overs left. To describe the action, Ian Bishop with Tony Coulter.
Thanks, Reds. Hooper now decides to take over from Chris Gale. Gale rather expensive in his last over. Uncharacteristically so. 7 overs, 1 for 30. Previous over costing him 11. So Hooper now takes back over. Full toss. Down the ground, is gone. That's a big one. Gone all the way for 6. That's what you get when you bowl a full toss in the 45th over to a batsman who's just past his 50.
It's gone a long way back as well. It's probably gone into the tennis courts or the netball courts at the back of the players' pavilion. He hit this well. Hooper trying to get it in the block hole. That was the attempt there, but much too full, right in the sweet spot of Craig McMillan, who's been in for some time, and well, he takes full toll on it, doesn't he? Almost hit Clarence, standing on top of the players' pavilion. He has a drink on it. So New Zealand doing very well. The West Indies, well, in my mind, just look a little bit resigned to the fact that this is the last one-day game, unable to lift themselves in the field. But New Zealand have done very, very well. They've saved wickets, and that's been the difference today as opposed to the games that have gone before.
302 for 6 at Christchurch in 2000. That was the the last match, I think, of the series in that that West Indies tour, when they lost all 5 one-day internationals, the West Indies. It seems that the ball has been lost. Needs replacing anyhow. Rudy Kurtzman is out there with a new bag. New Zealand with every possibility here of surpassing that highest total of theirs. Every possibility of making over 300. The way these are going, there are another 5 overs and 4 balls remaining. They've passed 250. McMillan's got 83. Vincent's got 50. And the West Indies haven't got any gas. They really look very flat, the West Indies. Well taken by Hooper. One-handed catch. Plucked out of the air as you do picking mangoes. And McMillan goes short of what seemed as if it might have been 100. 251 for 4.
It's been a wonderful innings. A quick one by him, but this is nonchalantly done. He got the ball right up there. Started in for Rook, couldn't extend the arms, and then, well, he just wraps it in. Very casually done, very elegant. Good hand by Craig McMillan. 251 for 4.
McMillan gone after 83 from 87 deliveries, and here's Scott Styris. West Indies have a breeze and a gale. New Zealand have a hurricane in Styris. Shown us already in this series, 65 in the last innings in Trinidad, 63 not all, in fact, of 73 deliveries. 85 off 83. In the first match in St. Lucia, tremendous striker of the ball. If he gets going here, New Zealand no doubt will pass 300. And he's going already, he'll get 2 here.
Scott Styris came to the crease because of this. Just Craig McMillan just cramped for room. Good catch moving to his right from the West Indies captain, who set the example in the field.
Well saved. Ends the over, 253 for 4, 5 overs remain. Very good partnership between McMillan and Vincent, put on 139 from 137 deliveries. McMillan going for 83.
Chris Gale, he's switched ends. He's now on at the backway end. Didn't get his line right at all, nor his length from the media center end. And so gone back to the end which he bowled previously today. He's been very effective at this stage of the game. He's been looking to get the ball right up into the block hole against Lou Vincent. He's very well set on 50.
Having to hurry, bowler's end, missing the stumps. West Indies have hit the stumps more often than not today, but not on this occasion. Wavell Hines, swift return.
Well, they've just not hit the stumps when it's mattered most. And when it hasn't mattered, they've hit them. And he would have been out by a long way if that had hit. Took off a little late, Lou Vincent. Just caught ball watching.
Partnership of 139 between Vincent and Millen, the highest for the fourth wicket for New Zealand against the West Indies in one-day internationals. Easy catch, just pushed straight into the hands of mid-wicket. So Styrus this time doesn't explode. West Indies have picked up the fifth wicket, 254, with Gale a very comfortable catch in at mid-wicket.
He just didn't have time to get going, didn't have the benefit of deliveries, stroked down the ground to get himself into momentum. Just pushing a straightforward delivery to Chandapur. Didn't get into momentum at all. 254 for 5.
Chris Harris. So here's Chris Harris, gets off the mark right away and will look for two. Deep cover comes off the boundary, but they're fast between the wickets.
He's very good at maneuvering the ball into gaps, Chris Harris, and he just strokes this with enough. Well, this is the wicket of Scott Styrus.
Didn't quite get hold of it, but gets a run all the same. Chris Harris, the most experienced of the New Zealanders, as Scott Styrus went, trying to force too early and a comfortable catch to mid-wicket. Chris Harris's father played Test cricket. Chris Zinzan Harris, his father was Clark Zinzan as well, known as Zin Harris, played 9 Test matches for New Zealand in the 60s. Scampering for a leg bye to finish off the over. So Gale in an over in which he got the wicket, didn't concede more than 2 runs off any delivery, 259 for 5. So 4 overs remain, and Hooper is going to go with spin to end off the innings. Ryan Hines will have one from this end. Chris Gayle has two more. Presumably he'll bowl those from the backway end. And then Hooper has one more to finish off.
Feel it.
Now brings Vincent into the strike. Responsibility is mainly his. He's been in for a long time. Been in for over an hour and a half. He's got 52 off 68 deliveries. Just 2 boundaries so far. He'll be wanting more. It's been a good spell by Ryan Hines. A few wides. Generally speaking, in the circumstances, he's done quite well.
That's working.
Be a leg by here. No, just a little contact by Vincent for the single. Into his 8th over, 46 runs off him.
That's working.
They decide against the second. Lara is very nimble and quick, coming in from off the boundary and swooping on it.
He's worked for his money today as Brian Lara. He's been in the action almost every other delivery. He's really put in some miles under those legs today.
And more work for him. Not too difficult this time.
No boundaries in the over. That will be the pleasing factor for Hines and Hooper.
So just singles, 5 of them in the over. Well bowled by Ryan Hines. 264 for 5, 3 overs remain. Chris Gayle, as he's done so consistently and so well in recent matches, continues. He will have 2 of the last 3 overs. Will bowl them from the backway end, and with the island of backway out in the distance, etched very clearly today. Well struck. That'll go for 4. Give him room. Hines is after it. Will never get there. And Chris Harris picks up a valuable boundary.
So wonderfully thought out piece of batting from Chris Harris. He knows that Chris Gayle is very quick through the air, and there's a genuine attempt to dodge this in that specific area, and how well he did it. Just fine enough.
Out there. So boundaries that will make the big difference in these last few overs. West Indies realize that the singles are going to come with the field spread as it is.
This left-hand, right-hand combination between Harris and Vincent that will aid them as well.
Just another single. So if they get a single off each ball and then a 4, that's 9. They've got the 4 off the first delivery. Scurrying for 1. Vincent back for the second. Easily making it. Return weak.
this is where the West Indies will pay in the outfield. If they're a step or two too slow, ones will be turned into twos. Those mount during the course of the innings, calling on taking too long to get rid of the ball, just a fraction too long.
It's well bowled. In the end, squeezed out. So ready, an expensive over. Ball squeezing off the pad. 9 off the over already. Still one more delivery to go. Bowled in with a slow one. Just held it back. Had him swinging right across it. Comment you had heard earlier that the West Indies, unlike the New Zealanders, just don't use variations of pace. And you really don't expect a slow bowler to do that. But it was well bowled. So Vincent goes, a fine innings by him.
Shot much too soon. Very, very good piece of bowling. Good variety showed by Gale. 55 to Vincent, 273 for 6.
Daniel Vettori is a new batsman, like Chris Harris, a left-hander. He now comes into the strike with Hooper bowling the 49th over of the innings. So it does mean the West Indies get away from the right-handed, left-handed combination. It's well struck. But it's struck so well that in fact the batsman can only get a single and a good strong throw from Sawan.
It's very good improviser Daniel Vettori towards the end of the innings. Plays some unorthodox shots.
That's well hit. Down the ground, will go for 4. Good strike by Chris Harris for a boundary. There's a long off out there. He had no hope of getting across.
This is one of the areas that there is never a fieldsman behind the extra cover. There's always a gap there. Harris stroked it beautifully. Look at the fall of Lou Vincent's wicket. Just shot too soon. Clever bowling, just held back the ball a little bit, a little less pace on it from Chris Gale.
Oh! And a little bit more pace on that one from Hooper, and Vettori trying to improvise. Just missed it. Hooper didn't. 7 down for 280. We have 11 balls in the innings left.
Gives the crowd here something to jump about. This is where Kyle Hooper and Gale bowled so well towards the end of the innings. Absolutely perfectly pitched Yorker, landing on the batting crease. Vettori looking to give himself room, exposing all his stumps. And if you miss, I hit. That's what Hooper says. 280 for 7.
Shane Bond is in the batsman and drops just short of the backward point fielder. That ends the over from Hooper, ends his spell. 280 for 7, 1 over remains.
It's a good spell by Carl Hooper as well, picking up a couple of wickets. The last of those was the wicket of Daniel Vittori. All ends up slightly quicker from Carl Hooper. This is the ideal way to bowl towards the end of the innings, but altogether the West Indies haven't stringed enough of them together. That's too good for Daniel Vittori. 280 for 7. Good innings by Vincent, McMillan and Fleming. And look at these bowling figures. If you're a West Indian bowler, you might keep your eyes closed at this point.
Good spell by Hooper though in the circumstances. 10 overs, 2 for 48. Chris Gayle now will finish off his spell as well. So 9 overs, 3 for 43. Right in there again. Gayle already has developed into a fine bowler for the limited overs game. Perhaps even meriting more bowling in tests as well.
He's done well today. Slower bowlers have done much better than the West Indian fast bowlers. He's been off target by a mile. He's been economical and he's picked up 3 wickets up to this point.
Now they'll be looking for a second here and a fumble. That's bad work out there. Corey Cullimore and a wretched return as well. Batsman should have been under pressure looking for the second.
And he took his eyes off it too early. Definitely took his eyes off it at the last moment. Just put under pressure, just trying to stop the batsman from going for 2.
That's the way it's done. Captain showing his players just how to do it. Keep the concentration going, keep the pressure. This is the last over of the innings. And it's already 285 for 7. Might want that extra run in the end. He's hoisted that. He's right under it. Back goes Pedro Collins. Takes it, but steps over the boundary. He doesn't. He keeps it inside. But that's a very good catch by Collins, because he had to worry about the boundary behind him. It wasn't that far behind him. He stepped back and it looked as if he might have just gone over. But in fact, he was quite easily inside, but he had to consider the boundary behind him. Held it well.
It was high, and it was swirling around, but Collins got into position rather quickly. Kept his composure. 285 for 8.
Last ball of the innings, and it's whacked away for 6. A huge 6 by Chris Harris. A long hop from Chris Gayle to end off the innings, and Harris whacks it into the stand, and New Zealand finished 291 for 8. Now, how much will that 6 count at the end of the innings? It really was a bad ball from... There he is, Chris Gayle, a long hop, really a bad one.
Well, it just sums up the West Indies bowling effort. The last delivery, you want to get it up into the block hole. It wasn't there. spanked away the short boundary for 6, summing up the West Indies effort. It's a good effort though by New Zealand. Started off well by the captain Stephen Fleming, followed up in the partnership with Nevin, and a couple more good partnerships between Macmillan and Vincent. Macmillan top scoring with 83, 291 for 8. Well done to New Zealand.
It will be Shane Bond to take up the attack. Chris Gayle on strike. Not a bad first ball at all from Shane Bond, who took a real shellacking from Gayle at the Queen's Park Oval on Wednesday. But when you've got 291 runs on the board, Wayne Daniel, it gives the bowler tremendous confidence.
Yes, he has struggled with his rhythm so far on this tour. Shane Bond got that one in the right place, turned Chris Gayle around. He's got pace, just needs to bowl that consistent line length.
Bit of extra pace there, taking off almost chest high to the keeper. He's clocked consistently over 90 miles per hour in this series. Could be a handful in the tests.
Yes, he's certainly quick. The ball is going to go through the new ball. Chris Gayle just needs to stay in West Indies. Have to get off to a good start. It's almost 6 and over to get this target. I think in the first 15 overs they want to be somewhere up around that mark.
A bit wider, but clearly getting into the groove, Shane Bond. Gayle got 60 on Wednesday at the Queen's Park Oval. Played a few audacious shots. 6 over mid-wicket was particularly impressive. Bit of up and down, 30 and 37 in St. Lucia. That certainly set the West Indies well on their way to that daunting target in Trinidad and Tobago. First run, will it be? There's hesitation, and almost caught in mid-pitch. Poor return from Lou Vincent. They might have been able to get the single in the end, but the West Indies could really not afford a careless dismissal so early in their response.
This would have been disastrous for the West Indies had Vincent picked that up. Gayle was a long way down, got pretty much into no man's land. Yes, no, yes, no. Lucky for him, Vincent didn't pick that up.
Chant Paul is not often the most decisive of callers. They've got to get their signals working very early. Looking to turn it away, gets it past the keeper down to the boundary. So the West Indies are off the mark with 4 leg byes. Wayward delivery from Shane Bond and paying the price.
Yes, he hasn't been able to bowl the right line consistently. Shane Bond in that one wide. Quickly, upward bounce there for the keeper.
Going for the big drive, careless shot from Chris Gayle. A maiden over spoiled only by the 4 leg byes. The West Indies are 4 without loss. There's a long way to go before the West Indies can say that they're on the rocks. And at 5.88 per over, they'll need to get a move on pretty quickly. Won't want to play any careless shots. Darryl Tuffy will be coming in from the Bequia end, the beautiful island of Bequia behind him. Single probably off the glove, and again Vincent angry with his inability to pick up cleanly. Even the kick at the turf seemed to miss as well. Might have had a chance to affect a run out earlier.
Just didn't pick it up, perhaps grabbed at it.
That wasn't a bad turn and shot actually from Vincent. Going over the top and will not go into the area of Craig McMillan, down to the third man boundary, well to his left. For a moment the hands were going up, the eyes were looking towards Craig McMillan, but the fans now know that it's a 4 into the scorebook for Chris Gayle.
It's a wide delivery by Tuffy. It went high in the air, but quite a long way, but wide of the fielder there at third man. But Tuffy is the sort of bowler that Chris Gayle will be looking to get after.
Very good response. Seemed to take him on the left thumb. Gayle, the kind of individual who will go after everything once it's there, and he's feeling the pain of that delivery now.
So they struck him pretty hard. A bit of extra bunks came back at him. Didn't have any room there, Chris Gayle. But he jarred his fingers on the bat. He looks in some pain. Physio comes out now to take a look.
Actually, Gareth Breeze might be happy that he's actually doing something during the course of this series. Been a passenger since the first one-day against India. Due to leave very shortly for England. He'll be a passenger there as well on that long journey. Hope to get some cricket at least on that tour, which he should.
Stephen Fleming can afford to go on the attack here. He's got 2 slips in place. He knows that if he can get early wickets, that adds to the pressure for West Indies. They have to look to get off to a good start, West Indies. Certainly in the first 15 overs, they have to be up to with the pace.
Kept in check by some good delivery since that first one where he had a real slash down to third man. Hasn't been given the room since that ball. Been tucked up. Tuffy, who like Shane Bond proved very expensive at the Queen's Park Oval on Wednesday. Now just finding the right line. New Zealand getting close to 300. They'll need this man, the West Indies, to get going. In the air, but over the infield, out towards the boundary to end the over with another 4. Chris Gayle, 2 boundaries in the over. The West Indies, after some 2 overs, they are 13 without loss. A reasonable start for the West Indies. They won't want to be going hell for leather immediately, but to pace themselves. 292 will take some getting. Got 100 at St. Lucia. Let's look at the last ball of the previous over, which proved very costly.
Just about middle in leg. Good shot by Chris Gayle. Kept his head over it. Didn't try to hit it too hard. Just picked it up. Straight bat. Full face of the bat on it.
looking to get the left-hander to play at those deliveries, just moving away. And to really tempt the left-handed Chandipur. We'll have a lot of bowling to do in the Test series. Seen as a tremendous prospect for New Zealand. Haven't produced too many tear-away fast bowlers over the years. Really tucked him up there with some extra pace, Shane Bond. No room for Chandipur to play any attacking shot.
I think what West Indies are going to have to do, if the boundaries are not coming, is going to have to try and work this ball around, get as many singles as they possibly can. 3 dot balls from Shane Bond so far in this over 90 miles an hour.
Almost reaching for that one, tempted. He's working at that area outside the left-hander's off stump, which is often a vulnerability.
Yeah, Chandipur looking to get into line. What he might have to do is perhaps try to give himself a little bit of room. If he can just try and get him over point somewhere like that.
Beautiful delivery, drawing him into the shot, and that movement once again across the left-hander. Not good getting a touch this time, Chandipur.
It's a good delivery, foolish delivery, leaves Chandipur. Trying to work it on the onside. Not playing straight enough. It's a good delivery.
A second consecutive maiden for Shane Bond. The West Indies kept it in check at 13 without loss after 3 overs. The required rate is almost a run a ball already. The West Indies, however, have all their wickets in hand. Need to keep the proper perspective throughout. Finding the gap square on the offside. That's what he wanted, the width outside the off stump. And he gets it immediately from Darryl Tuffy at the start of his second over. Chris Gayle playing with authority, and they appreciate that effort.
He needs to select his shots. Chris Gayle is a very powerful player off the back foot. Anything with length and room hits it so hard. He gets onto it so quickly.
Wide. Wide is the call from umpire Billy Doctrove. So the boundary in itself working in and settling the bowler somewhat, trying to tuck him up again and just straying down the leg side. Fleming faced the pressure, the Queen's Park Oval. His team eventually prevailed. Tuffy was among those who suffered under the assault. The West Indies then needed to score better than a run and ball. It's just a bit less. Even wider. Could be called as 2 wides. Tuffy really needs to settle down.
This is bad bowling. You have a lot of runs to play with, but you have to be more tidy than that as a bowler. 2 wide so far in this over. And boundary. 6 already.
3 consecutive wides from Darryl Tuffy. This is frustrating for Stephen Fleming. Might be finding a corridor of mediocrity at the moment. Darryl Tuffy, and Fleming is not amused.
Well, he needs to start those deliveries on about off stump or just outside. He was hit through the offside for 4, the first ball off the over.
Finally gets one on the offside, and it's played away down to third man. Gale's first run that is in the boundary. He's not of express pace by any means, and his strength must be consistent line and length.
Yeah, he was hit through the offside of the first ball. It was over for 4 by Chris Gale. And perhaps just trying to start those deliveries too straight. Well, certainly start them about leg stump, outside leg stump. He's got to try to get it over towards the off stump.
Vincent, who's seen the ball quite a bit in the outfield already. Misfield early on. Chanderpaul seems to be setting himself out for the long haul. Got an important 100 in guiding the West Indies to victory in St. Lucia. His captain, Carl Hooper, certainly convinced that he has the ability to do the job. Very good series, as in the tests as well, against India. Going for the cut shot there, could easily have edged it through Tuffy, thinking for a moment that there was a touch. Called a wide. 4th wide in the over, extending the agony.
He's all over the place. Tuffy just needs to settle down. Shouldn't really be under any pressure. He's got a big total to bowl to defend.
Can't beat the infield. Hitchcock will be looking towards his spell. He, together with Scott Styris, made the difference for New Zealand in the match that they won. Tuffy's got a very long over to bowl here. Extended already by 4 deliveries. Styris, a dramatic performance at the Queen's Park Oval. 63 and 6 wickets. What's he going to do next, Stephen Fleming? Got it in the right spot this time.
It's a long over. The West Indies already getting 9 off it. It's a good over for them so far.
Could be more than a single, running out towards the boundary and gets there. A very expensive over from Darryl Tuffy will be most encouraging for the West Indies after 4 overs. It's 26 without loss.
Driver of P4656, you're asked to remove your vehicle. It's blocking the entrance and the ambulance needs to get out. The driver of P4656 is asked
They almost seem to be bowling on different pitches against different batsmen. Bond 2 maidens, Tuffy 22 runs off his 2 overs. Finds the gap over the top, that's 6. over point. That's an extraordinary shot by Chris Gayle. Short and slashing away. They can't believe it almost, neither can he. Conceding his first runs of the innings, and what a way to get them, Chris Gayle.
He's a very strong man, Chris Gayle. Hits the ball as hard as anybody I've seen hit a cricket ball. Just give himself a bit of room, open up a bit. He smashed it over point for 6.
Again looking for the gap on the offside, and will find it ahead of Vittori. This time along the ground towards wideish long off. And Chris Gayle is setting the fans afire at the Arnorsville playing field. They think that he's the man who can set them on their way.
Well, he's had his initial look, Chris Gayle, and I think he's ready to open up those shoulders. Short and wide. He gives it a treatment. He doesn't miss many of those. And we see Bond can get very ragged once he's being attacked.
Going for the drive again down to the third man boundary. When you go hard, and he's done it again. Thick edge, past second slip. 14 runs off 3 deliveries. He's on the move again.
14 from the over so far. This one was a fuller length. Chris Gayle went at it hard. Wouldn't have carried to a third slip. Flew down to third man.
Goes for the big drive again. Can't beat Vittori. Not even a single. Really wound up with everything. Gayle and Vittori knew he had to get behind it. First dot ball of the over after 2 maidens.
Well, the New Zealanders are right back on that line for Chris Gayle. They know that he powers through his shots.
Just his second single out of 28 runs, Chris Gayle. And the first 15 overs, as you mentioned, it's the opportunity to put away the bad balls or the not so bad ones, as Gayle has done.
Well, yes, if it's there to be hit, he certainly wants to take full toll of it. He's a very good striker of the ball, hits it really hard, but the field is so deep for him that he can also get the singles. So he has to be aware that if it's not there to be hit, to try to work it around and get the singles.
Gets it away, back with a square. Won't get out to the boundary. Hitchcock picks up well. And a couple of runs, but another expensive over, ending the spell of maidens. 17 runs off the over. It's 43 without loss. Very rewarding over for the West Indies from Shane Bond after he bowled 2 maidens. 17 runs conceded, getting them up with a rate. Starting right on spot. This is the final one day of this Cable and Wireless series. You can log on to www.windiescricket.com for all the latest updates on this 2002 series, West Indies versus New Zealand. Log on as well to cwcricket.com. Going for the slash again, down to third man. This time it'll drop short of McMillan. Again, going very hard, Chris Gayle. I'd have thought for a moment it was coming to him, McMillan.
Wide, he didn't quite get there where he wanted it. Got too much elevation onto it. Perhaps wanting to get it a bit squarer. Probably just bumps on him a bit more than he expected.
Going for the shot through the onside, just got it away backward of square. Only for the single. You can also vote for your man of the cable and wireless West Indies versus New Zealand series by logging on to www.cwcricket.com and entering your choice. There have been a number of outstanding performances. That's the address right in front of you. It's at the 3 W's at the head of it. Just the under edge could have dragged it on. Trying to settle down now after being very, very poor in his previous over. 4 wides in it. Still quite expensive, Darryl Tuffy. Had to really chase after that one to get it off the toe of the bat. Such is his enthusiasm to go for everything. Had he let it go by, it would have easily been called a wide.
Well, this was a wide, long hop. I think Chris Gayle would have needed another 3 or 4 bats to reach that. Could have pulled his shoulder out in the process.
Ball to end the over. Darryl Tuffy. Over completed. The West Indies are 45 without loss. Almost edged it to the keeper. Yorker length delivery. Nevin. Another useful partnership today. Coming off the long run, Shane Bond heading towards the airport end, the E.T. Joshua Airport, where the runway is not all that long, and it's a particular challenge for pilots using this airfield. Following that delivery past the outside edge, certainly tempting him there.
This is a good delivery. Paul pushing at it, spurring at it, really. No movement of the feet. It's neither back, really, nor forward. It was in no man's land. But he needs to stay there. He's in good form. Paul.
That's going to be called a wide. New Zealand clearly not helping their own cause with the spate of wides already in the first 5 overs and a bit.
That's very wide. Under no pressure, the New Zealand bowlers. Sort of 9 extras so far in this innings. 5 wides.
A bit closer. Paul pulling out of the shot. That airport, as I was mentioning, the aircraft, basically they taxi to the very end of the runway and rev the engine and hold on to the brakes basically it's like a drag racing at the E.T. Joshua Airport, because they're offered a flying start simply because of the length of the runway. A lot of the large jets can't even think of landing here. He's coming in off the long run as well. Beats him with a good delivery. Bit up and down in the last couple of overs.
Chandra Paul pushing at it. Not able to get back on ball here against Bond.
Even wider this time. But umpire De Silva doesn't give the call. Chandra Paul just looking up a bit, thinking that should have been called a wide. Fleming has seen enough of those gift deliveries.
Chandra Paul is just pushing out most of those deliveries. I think if he's going to go at it, he needs to go hard. West Indies going very well at this stage.
Can't pierce the offside field of the final ball of the over. Shivnarine Chandra Paul. The West Indies are 46 without loss.
PE 747, you're asked to remove your vehicle from India. That's it, Bunny boy. Driver of PE 747, you're asked to remove your vehicle so to allow others to get out.
The West Indies openers seem to have the appetite for the challenge immediately after lunch. Didn't find the gap on that occasion, but he started well, Chris Gale, as he did at the Queen's Park Oval. Let's see if they can continue with the good work of the West Indies, as we are joined by Ian Bishop and Reds Pereira.
Oh, Chris Gale already starting with a blind here. He's hit the ball in Clive Lloyd style. That's in the air and going a long way around before kicking into the boundary. Might be just a little late into the shot, but Tuffy having all kinds of problems. And that's the 50 up for the West Indies, and Chris Gale doing most of the work right now.
The rate at which he scores is very high. I think it's just maybe a little bit of movement towards the off stump. Very late, a little bit of extra bounce just caused him to just alter his shot just a little bit. He was still in very good control.
That's a really whack at this. A lot of bottom hand there by Gale, really throwing the bat. Confidence, seeing the ball like a breadfruit.
And that 50 is coming in very quick time, 7.5 overs, and it allows the batsmen now not to have to take too much risk if they don't need to. They will be looking to capitalize in the first 15 overs of this innings.
Well, slow delivery, but that doesn't deceive Gale. This ground was once Arrow Estate. 400 was turned into a cricket ground. The whole area was called Arnos Vale. The airport that Fazir referred to was in fact called Arnos Vale before being renamed under the leader of the government then, Mr. E.T. Joshua. Would you have expected that Fleming might have just pulled Tuffy out?
Well, I was thinking that Tuffy has bowled maybe an over or two too many after the second over. He went for 22 runs. I was thinking, well, maybe it's time for Hitchcock. Hitchcock has defeated Chanderpaul and Gale in games that we've seen so far. He's been very accurate. He's probably got the wood in the both of them, well, certainly before this game. So I was thinking maybe him instead of Tuffy.
Right. Well, he had Weiss called down the leg side, and now he's gone the other route. Confidence could be high. He's all over the place here.
And that's why, well, I had to be thinking in terms of Hitchcock or Styrus. He's not been consistent. He's gotten away with a couple of bad deliveries, and I think Fleming, well, he's given him 2 overs too many, as he did, I thought, at the Queen's Park Oval in Trinidad, where New Zealand won as well.
Didn't do justice to a good take by the keeper on that occasion. Well, back and slapping it hard. And the ball has been acquired with the 2, and now gets into the boundary act. Big effort by Hitchcock, but all too late. And run chased by the West Indies, but they got a long way to go in. 56 of 8. Well, this is probably his last effort for a while. Again, too short, and Hitchcock going all the way in Bishop. Moving nicely into line. He's got a decision to make. How long does he keep Bond going for? Because he'll want to keep him for the later overs.
Well, he's been the tidy of the 2 bowlers by some way, Shane Bond, simply because of his extra pace. He's caused a lot more problems for Chanderpaul than he has for Chris Gale. As long as he can stick a couple of good deliveries together and keeps his overs tidy, he might go for 5 or 6 overs. I don't think it will be too long before we see the likes of Hitchcock. There he is, that man. He's bowled well in every game that he's played in so far. His control has been good, but more than that, he's varied the pace of his balls very, very well, his deliveries. And he's not allowed the batsman to pick up his rhythm. And he's slightly slower, so the batsman will have to put a lot more effort in hitting the ball to the boundary, as they have to do with Tuffy and to a lesser extent, Bond.
In the air, but no ball called. And Macmillan probably heard the call and realized that no need to try and get onto it. Seemed to rush on to Shivnarine Chanderpaul.
And there's no doubt that Macmillan heard the call very early, but he's very quick. Beats Shivnarine Chanderpaul and ends up for pace onto him much too quickly. The spice of the bat, very high up near the handle. There's the outstretched arm. He's definitely shown what he can do with a bit of bounce. But Chanderpaul, I think, from the West Indies perspective, just needs to get a single, especially where Shane Bond is concerned. He's not handled him very well. He's not yet gotten into stride, so he might be better off just getting a single. And Chris Gale continue to take charge.
You've seen currently of Australia. Any similarity in the action between Bond and him?
I think the stature is the same. Brett Lee is not a very tall man as well, not a very strong-looking character. His average height. The pace, well, Brett Lee slightly quicker as well.
Maybe a more aggressive personality by nature. Did hear a song there. I didn't carry to the keeper in any case.
Did get a bottom edge onto this quite extraordinarily, getting to the keeper on the second bounce, and given the pace that he bowls, 88 miles per hour, just wonder how it didn't carry all the way, but definitely a bottom edge. So fortune going the way of Chanderpaul, pulled a no ball and then bottom edged one.
Good work by the New Zealand keeper, because that's dropping just in front of him. Although back there, and that loved the keeper. 58 without loss up 9.
The drivers of R4608, 4608, T4656, T4656, and PE747 are asked to report for the police outside the test committee. The drivers of 4608, T4656, and PE747 are asked to check with the police outside the test committee.
Well, bowling change. And just too quick a start for New Zealand by the West Indies. But if they're going to really attack this 291, they need this kind of start here in Bishop.
Yes, it's a quick start. They're scoring at over 6 runs and over. 58, and they have all 10 wickets still in hand, so it gives them a good launching pad. But here's a man that can prove to be dangerous. Very good variation in his bowling, Paul Hitchcock. Brisk medium, not extraordinarily fast, but he's very accurate, very intelligent as well. He's dismissed these two batsmen, Gale and Chanderpaul, before in this series. I thought this move should have happened maybe 3 or 4 overs ago. It's not too late though, still a lot of time. And how Chanderpaul and Gale now react to the inclusion now of Paul Hitchcock into the bowling attack. There are his figures: 3 for 43 at Beausejour, 1 for 31 in the second of the double-header.
And greeted by Gale, not exactly timing it, but Gale saw it, and for a moment I thought it would have been off the back foot through the cover, but didn't seem to really hit it anywhere near the middle.
Again, he sees a lack of pace though from Hitchcock. He's also a shorter man, so he won't get a great deal of bounce. So it'll take a different approach now by the batsman. There will be adjustments to be made. He's also coming round the wicket, an angle that both these batsmen have struggled with. It closes them down, cramps them for room. The keeper though is not up to the stumps as he has been in previous matches. So that is one thing that Gale and Chanderpaul don't have to worry about. That's how far the keeper is standing back today.
Hitchcock does remind me a little bit of Elam, the England seamer. Maybe a little more body weight, but the same kind of a bowler.
Now he's one of those guys that is really a captain's dream. He'll put the ball where the captain asks him to put it. More often than not, he slows down the scoring rate and builds some pressure.
Chanderpaul, watchful, a little bit of movement there. But if Gale is going to be hitting the ball so sweetly at the other end, he doesn't have to try and compete. Just need to rotate the strike. He's got 100 in this series already. A series that goes to Test match cricket in Barbados, where we're told prices have been reduced. Well, that's nicely placed property. The Ian Bishop is staying in there in some executive suite. And he can see the ground from the morning. He can watch the ground start preparing. Ian, good choice.
No, I don't have the benefit of that. There we see again the slower delivery from Hitchcock. 110 kilometers per hour. He mixes it up so well. New Zealand, of course, need to reduce a run rate that stands at 6 at the moment, at one time very close to 7. So this is a key part of the game. It's a key factor, key moment, defining moment in this match.
Fleming just want to pull things back a bit. After Tuffy was very expensive. Whipping the other way and well stopped.
Right work!
Brilliant
Right
work
work,
by Vincent. .60 in the break.
The drivers of R4708, PE747 and P717 are asked to report to the police outside the request pavilion. Failure to do so would result in your vehicles being towed away.
Good start. 60 for no loss of 10 on the nose of 6, and a flying start indeed. Doesn't quite time it there, but as I said, the one-day series comes to an end here, and then heads for Barbados next Friday. Test match.
This is some spectacular feeling of the last ball of the previous over by Lou Vincent. That is absolutely magnificent. Full out effort, and certainly saved the 3 runs. Quite unbelievable stuff. He's an asset in the field, that guy.
Hitchcock appreciating that too. So that took him in the midriff. Made a little bit of extra height, got onto him quickly. Chandrapal having a little bit of problems in really handling Bond. He's called for a drink of water and maybe the magic spray.
He's had his troubles with Lou Vincent. He's beaten for pace a couple of times before, and just again probably getting through a shot too early, just keying on where the ball hits him. On the elbow. Well, it was actually through him much quicker than he anticipated. Yeah, he rushed onto him, and that is a painful knock, I can tell you. At 90 miles an hour, that will hurt. Gareth Breeze has been doing everything for the West Indies except playing.
Yes, and maybe a little bit of a not very proactive on making that decision to play the young man, waiting, I suppose, to be in a position to win the series.
I think it spells trouble for Chandrapal as well. He's probably hit on that funny bone, as we call it here in the West Indies. He looks to be in serious trouble. Ronald Rogers hasn't come out there just yet. He should be on his way soon. And there he is. He's turned up. I think he's the first man that ideally, well, needs to be out there, but he's there nevertheless. But Chandrapal is in trouble.
Well, the West Indies were getting that worm high, and all of a sudden starting to flatten out and just getting a smidgen under, just a little bit under there, but still well within striking distance, and they got wickets in hand. They haven't lost a bunch at the top. But New Zealand getting their highest of 291. And well, it's a day for sailors if you're that way inclined. And the West Indies have never chased this many to win an ODI. Their highest run chase, 287 for 5 against Australia in Georgetown in '95. But a much different West Indies team now. I will say a fairly strong Australian team too. Board, of course, a high-scoring ground, but a long delay here, and they're going to make a decision soon. Last Ian Bishop, other than saying I've been hitting my funny bone, have you ever heard another way of saying where I've been hit? It's always been the funny bone.
I can tell you, it's not funny for Chanderpaul. It might be for the New Zealand players. Chanderpaul is in a great deal of pain. Now, this has so many ramifications, not only of this match, but the Test series coming up as well. Have to ensure that everything is okay.
Umpire starting to move. Umpire Doctorow, I think, has done 15, and umpired the Silver in his 18th one-day match. So 2 young umpires, and they've got to suggest that shouldn't write Chanderpaul. Well, would you like to continue? Ronald Rogers is there. I suppose he will make Chanderpaul to make that decision. But sometimes that funny bone can take a long time before natural feeling come back, and there's a little bit of a pain level that comes out of that funny bone, and it's not like hitting on a desk. Being hit by a cricket ball is a different situation. You can see there's a little bit of pain when in point of fact. So the third umpire chatting with the referees, and Fleming now coming up, because this, I suppose, Fleming point of view, just slows things down and maybe just affects the rhythm a bit.
He doesn't want to be standing out there for too long, being inactive. I think that was just about enough time, a couple of minutes, 2 or 3 minutes. It still keeps going on, and Fleming is well within his rights to ask the umpire that if Chanderpaul isn't able to continue, then he should go off and seek treatment off the field and the game should continue. He doesn't look to be very comfortable. I think that's going to be the message of the umpire now. If you're unable to carry on, you should seek some treatment and let someone else come in.
Umpire de Silva there. I think Fleming had a word. Umpire de Silva went up, and what it is to be. Chanderpaul, gloves are off, and will be coming off with Ronald Rogers. Well, the West Indies have made a couple of changes at the top recently. We've seen Sarwan coming down the order, and we just have to wait to see, Ian, who will come out.
Now let's have a look at what happened first of all, why Chanderpaul is actually going off. He's not been dismissed, he's just been struck on the left elbow, a painful blow, a delivery that came down very close to 90 miles an hour, struck a flush blow. And that's the replacement. Brian Lara, who came in at 3 in Trinidad and Tobago, didn't make very good use of it, failed to score actually. He's got the shades on today.
So Sarwan being adjusted, and I always think that if Sarwan is going to play in a one-day international on the batting side like this, he's really got the bat at number 3. Don't think that he's a natural impact stroke player straight away in the middle order.
No, I don't think he is. What the West Indies are thinking here now is that they've built up a little bit of momentum, scoring at 6 runs and over in the first 10.2 overs. They want to maintain that. Now, it had to be a choice between Brian Lara and Carl Hooper coming in. You need a form player to come in here to increase the momentum, or even to carry it on. I'm not sure that Brian Lara can do this straight away. scored 104 versus New Zealand on this ground. Indeed, the highest score on this ground. There's only been one other century here, and that was Phil Simmons, who made that in the same match.
Well, Lara's come in to replace the injured Chandra Paul with a good platform already. So an interesting decision not to send Sarwan, who would not have been under any pressure. He could have played in a natural way, play cricket shots. But once he doesn't come a free, probably will slip down in the order, because there are men who can come and hit the ball if it was necessary. Well, that's a trademark shot of Lara. An area where he's gotten himself out over the years, but no danger there.
One of the reasons behind the thinking of getting Brian Lara in early is that they want to give him as many overs as possible to bat. At the beginning of the innings, it's still early days, he can afford to take a couple of overs to get himself in, and he needs that given the elbow injury. It takes some time to get warm. Now he has that comfort, that level of knowing Gill will score at the other end, so he can afford to get himself in.
Well, point to the bowler there. That squared him up a bit, took the outside edge. He's smiling at the end of the over. 60 without loss. Hustling Hitchcock is back.
Well, he's got that short fine leg in place. There's no fine leg, just a short one. And that indicates that he'll be looking to bowl maybe just on that off stump. He's in a catching position, but I don't think that he's attempting to take any catches at all in that area. It's just the fact that the restrictions or the regulations indicate that there has to be two men. There has to be two men catching within that 15-yard circle. They have to be stationary. Stephen Fleming, short mid-wicket. It's another one in that position. There they are.
Well, that got up. I think he surprised Brian Lara with that, because you expect that from Shane Bond. And he just bent his back a bit. I suppose bowlers are motivated when bowling to one of the best batsmen in the world.
He's the type of player, if he gets in, Brian Lara, he will make a difference to this match. So Hitchcock just trying to up the tempo a little bit. He's susceptible early on, Brian Lara. An extra bit of pace and bounce, a little bit of aggression. Not bad thinking.
Nicely put away, body weight on the left foot, and really launching into the square drive. vintage Lara on that occasion, and the flags wave away.
This is a very good shot. Seized upon the length very easily.
Hey.
12 overs gone, 6 or 7 without loss. Well, the flavour of the month, Starris now comes into the attack. He can do nothing wrong almost. He didn't quite star with the bat today, but he certainly starred in Trinidad, and he will want to make a contribution with the ball. To tell you about it, Wayne Daniel and Tony Goldley.
Thank you, Red. So there are those figures for him from the Queen's Park Oval on Wednesday, 6 for 25, which followed his unbeaten 63. So he's now coming on for Bond, 6 overs to make no wicket for 22 Bond. West Indies are 67 without loss, and in case you've just been out and come in, and you see 67 without loss, and Lara is out there, it's not that he's open to batting. Chandapal retired hurt.
Yeah, the worm.
It's 13. Chandapal retired hurt when he was struck on the funny bone on the elbow by Shane Bond, and after a long time in the middle, the treatment decided that he couldn't continue. So Starris now to game. There's the incident with Chandapal, just pulling too early and getting it on the funny bone from Bond. Test match is in Barbados on Friday, of course, so that will be of some concern to the West Indies. Distress Bond after that delivery. Correction now, Starris. Just seemed to have slipped, perhaps. Held his back, and he's just limping a little bit as he comes back to his mark.
Looks like you might have just sort of turned the ankle a bit there on the point of delivery. You put a lot more into that delivery. There's a bit of pace and bounce.
That's a lovely shot. Eased on it, stroked it through the offside. So many times you see Gale just explode the sheer power, and then on other occasions just all timing, such as that.
Yes, this certainly was timing. He waited for it, hit it right under his eyes. Didn't try to hit it too hard. Play it through the line, full flow of the bat.
That'll be a wide, way outside the off stump, and in the end well taken by Nevin.
That's wide. Chris Gale hitting at it with a cross bat.
Over the worm.
I think it's just for West Indies to play sensibly from here on in, not to lose any wickets.
Hey.
The rate is still 5, close to over 5, close to 6. Still a long way to go.
See. Yes, Skinny boy.
So two bowlers of lesser pace than we had at the beginning, Bond and Tuffy. And they both bowl really well in the series. Hitchcock consistently so. Starres hasn't had all that opportunity. And when he did have it in Port of Spain, he was outstanding. Brilliant field. Superb work. New Zealanders really pride themselves on their fielding. That was struck well. 72 without loss after 13 overs. Test match on in England at Old Trafford, Manchester. England against Sri Lanka. Third and final test of that series. England 1-0 up. First test match at Lord's drawn. They won the second test at Edgbaston and seemed pretty certain to retain that lead in the series and perhaps extend it to 2-0 tomorrow, because they've made Sri Lanka follow on. Big England first innings score of 5-12. First time in the history of Test cricket that England have scored over 500 in 3 consecutive tests. And then Sri Lanka 253, and following on 63 for 1, the batsman out, the captain Jayasuri. Inside edge, and a good save once more. Shane Bond is in that position.
Good shot, well fielded. Diving full length.
Just trying to guide it through the vacant slips area. New Zealand with 2 fielders in catching positions. Now, I just wonder if that short fine leg really is in a catching position. He is quite deep. There should be markings on the ground to say where he should be within. Because we are still within the first 15 overs. Fleming's at a short mid-wicket. He's okay. Now that man who is at a short fine leg position, I don't know, he looks a little bit deep to me. Gotta be to be deemed in a catching position. Lara goes over the top. Struck it very well indeed. First bounce to the boundary. Good shot by Lara. That's a boundary.
It's a fine shot by Lara. He wasn't deceived by this. Hitchcock just rolling his fingers over it. But Lara straight back.
Hasn't been in the best of form during the season. Came straight back into Test cricket against India after 4 months rest. But today he's come out and he's looked more like Lara, like the genuine article. So fine stroke, not because only of that shot, but from the beginning he's got in behind the ball. The sunglasses on under that helmet. He shuffled in behind it. He's played with circumspection. He's found the middle of the bat. Early days yet, of course. Ends the over from Hitchcock. 14 overs gone, 77 without loss. West Indies just about on cue. Important fact is that they haven't lost any actual wickets. The batsman who has gone back to the pavilion, Chandapur, did so for injury. It's Tyrus now. There's a lot of runs to get. 292.
Yes, they have to keep going and not lose any wickets. At the same time, it's Tyrus, the bowler bowling from the media end. He got the wicket of Lara, got Lara's wicket in Trinidad, and he and Hitchcock have proven difficult for the West Indies.
Missed time by Lara. I said that 292, very difficult target. The West Indies had never chased as many to win a one-day international, so the history is against them. So missed time shot by Lara. Hurry in for his first run, but won't get the second. Never any opportunity for it. Performance at the Queen's Park Oval in Port of Spain on Wednesday of 6 wickets for 25, the best by any New Zealander in a one-day international. There you see some pretty good names there. Sir Richard Hadley figuring very prominently, New Zealand's leading wicket taker, and lofted down to long off. Think of a second and they'll come for the second. Lara will have to hurry here. In he gets. That ball had hit the stumps direct. Lara may have been short, but he took on the arm of the fielder out at long off. Shane Bond is up there.
Yes, Lara has certainly come in and looked a man with a mission. That would have been interesting. Would have tested the umpire if that was a direct hit.
Won't test him this time. Vittori is the fielder. Good aggressive work by Vittori. Yeah, that's 6 for 25. No New Zealander had ever got as many as 6 wickets in a one-day international. Matthew Hart there against the West Indies at Goa. That was a triangular tournament with India in 1994. Rain washed that out. It was an inconclusive match. And then Hadley, 1, 2, 3, 4 instances there of 5 wickets. Unusual to see Lara giving the bowler a charge. No effect from it. 81 without loss.
Persons sitting on the rail of the bleachers are asked to come down. Persons sitting on the rail of the bleachers are asked to come down.
West Indies need 292 to win the match from their 50 overs. 291 for 8 was New Zealand's total after they batted on winning the toss. It's a long way away, but this is the kind of start they would have wanted, of course, with the exception of Chanderpaul's injury. 81 off 15 overs. Drinks on the ground. Let's have a look at the highlights of the innings, and there have been quite a few. Most of them featuring Chris Gayle, who really took toll of Darryl Tuffy, who was all over the place. Gayle whipping that off the legs. He's been in outstanding form, Chris Gayle, in the series, hitting with real power. An extraordinary shot here off Shane Bond. Short and off the back foot, 6 over cover. Extraordinary stroke. That wasn't too bad either. The pair was separated only by an injury to Shivnarine Chanderpaul. Here it is. Hit on the elbow and had to leave the field after a long period in which he tried to continue. Ronald Rogers accompanying off the field. Lara has come in. He's spanked a couple of 4s and one over the top. 11 off 15 deliveries. West Indies are looking for their premier batsman to try and bat as long as possibly can. Carry it through until the end of the innings if that's possible. Gale's got 45. He's been the one who's put the foot in the accelerator. 45 off 43 deliveries, 7 4s and a 6 already. New Zealand with Daniel Vittori, the left-arm spinner, to come. The West Indies bowlers, who were punished very badly, depended on the spin of Hooper, Gale and Ryan Hines. New Zealanders just have Vittori as a main spinner. But the medium paces have done well for them. Here's one of them. Hitchcock now. The Indians have been very, very clean in the field, but their careless return over the head of the keeper giving the batsman an unearned run. And there's a fielder who has been as outstanding as any, Lou Vincent, and just carelessness after the drinks break, perhaps a lack of concentration.
Had a couple of misses in the field early on, Vincent. And that's unusual for him. New Zealanders are very good fielders, very good in the field. We've seen some very sharp, spirited fielding so far.
Yeah. Cleverly disguised throw a ball. Lara was equal to it. Takes a single. Certainly the Australians, New Zealanders, South Africans are the really outstanding fielding teams in the national cricket now. West Indies used to be. West Indies set the standards in all departments. Fast bowling, batting, fielding in the 80s. Have to hurry here. Oh! Very, very close. In fact, if he had hit Lara, well, that would have been touch and go, but perhaps Lara would not be there now. Again, Vincent, the fielder. Risky run.
Tremendous effort here by Vincent coming in from mid-wicket. Chris Gayle just dropped it and took off, and Lara would have been a long way out. Certainly would have been gone had that been a direct hit. Very quick there, Vincent.
West Indies are taking a few chances here. Field is in now. Just challenging the batsman to go through for boundaries. Cutting off the singles. It's a big ground, so singles and 2s should be easier to get than on some of the smaller grounds which we have in the Caribbean. And we saw the New Zealanders certainly utilize the empty spaces in the outfield to good effect. Lara does now.
Nice.
Yes, the New Zealanders were able to get a lot of 2s. It's a big field. Once you pierce it, there's every chance of 2. But the New Zealanders are a much sharper, much quicker fielding team. I think the West Indies is going to be hard pressed to get those twos.
It's a single. 5 runs have come off the over. 86 without loss. So that was big over there, which was the most expensive. Tuffy had 13 taken off him, and then the next over 17 off Bond. There's some strapping going on Brian Lara's ankle. It almost looks like a racehorse. Plenty of strap in there from Ronald Rogers. Styrus now to Gale.
Oh, that's Gary. Nice.
Gale having made a very swift start. This looks as if he is now settling in, just measuring his innings here now.
Well, Chris Gale has gotten off to a good start. 48 or 47 balls. He needs to carry on. The blow if he gets out at this stage for West Indies. He's the man that's in.
Stop this, Scotty. Good. Give it, boys.
And striking the ball nicely. Point that Dwayne Daniel is making, that even though he's been pinned down for a few deliveries, not to bother about it. He's got 48 or 48. And the West Indies have made a good, strong start here. Got a big target.
Yes, Scotty. Oh, yeah, with me. Go with us. Yes, Scotty boy.
That's what it's called holding to the field. Styrus. Gale's had a very good series. Average high 58, strike rate scoring at 91 runs per 100 balls.
Lovely, Scotty.
It's good bowling by Styrus. Not giving Gale any room. Mixing it effectively. Bowling that slower ball very well and pushing the other one through, keeping it close to Gale's body.
Yeah, great work, Scotty.
5 balls without a run in the over. Gale here will just want to ensure that he doesn't do anything rash. When this kind of pressure comes on, batsman looks to improvise. Lara comes down to have a word with him. Perhaps he said, well, look, he's bowling well, no need to give it away. Bad ones will start to come along inevitably. Square leg goes up deep.
Oh, beautiful, boys.
And he's bowled a maiden. 86 without loss after 17. So the
New Zealanders have pulled the West Indies scoring rate back now to just over 5 runs and over. They've got a score from here on at 6.24. And as they have done so far in the series, both Hitchcock and Styris have done the job which their captain asked of them. Paul Hitchcock, newcomer, brought into the series here for the first time. Played only one first-class match, considered very much a one-day specialist in New Zealand. And the way he's bowled, it's shown why.
He's been very effective in this one-day series. Paul Hitchcock, his ball straight. Have to take chances against him. Doesn't allow the batsmen too much room either side of the wicket. It's a very good change of pace.
Just one. And a no ball, so that makes it 2. Billy Doctrove making the signal. And he's over there. So Billy Doctrove with a call. Now Gale comes back into the strike. I just feel that Gale is watching Hitchcock and Styris carefully. It's fallen to Hitchcock already. Got 48 to his name.
Yes, I think what Gale has to learn, perhaps try to do a lot more with his game, is try to drop the ball and run, or look for the single. He likes to hit through the ball. And with bowlers like Hitchcock and Styris that can disguise that slower ball so well, he's so watchful.
These are very important overs here now for New Zealand. Just pulling the rein on the West Indies. West Indies had rushed off to a very good start. He's got a West Indies flag out there. I suppose they'll be listening to the commentary. So there is work to be done. 2, says Gale, and they'll come back for it. That's his 50. So Chris Gale getting another half century. He's played very well for it. Finishes off the over exactly on 50 from 56 deliveries, and the West Indies are 90 without loss. Half century for Gale, who has been very consistent in the one-day series in the 4 innings he's had. Good strike rate once more, maintaining the strike rate which he's had, just below the 91 which we saw was his average earlier. Lara now in strike to Styris.
Yeah, nice in there, Scotty.
That run rate is now over 6. West Indies have to keep scoring. Lara's looked in pretty good touch so far. Got to look to work it around, keep the score ticking.
Down towards third man for 4. A rare bad ball from Styrish, short and wide, and Lara made the most of it. That's brought the crowd to life. They were muted for a long time. It is a packed crowd as usual for a one-day international at Arnos Vale.
When you get the bad balls, you have to put them away. You have to look to put them away. And Lara certainly did that. Plenty of room for the shot. Hit it well.
Oh yes, get him away!
Well bowled, good comeback. Looking for the Yorker. Certainly are packed in all around. Concern once more for those who are pressed up against the fencing on the ground section. But it must be very hot in there.
Oh! Yeah!
Just squeezing past Harris. Got the single. As you heard Reds Pereira say earlier, there are plans to expand over there, putting a new stand. But it must be really hot over there. Harris made a good save earlier, but not this time.
Yes, the feature of New Zealand's cricket, New Zealand's batting, was to work the ball around and get the singles and the twos. And West Indies have got to look to do that.
And that's the thing with Gale. He's a very powerful striker of the ball, and finds it difficult just to slacken the wrist and play for the singles. I suppose you can have it both ways. Certainly hits the ball with tremendous power. All the wickets in hand. Chanapol has come back out into the players' area. Got that through, and there's a chase around for the long off, who will get there sliding. Shot back for a second. So 7 off the over. Perks the run rate up. 97 without loss. So 19 overs, 97 without loss. And West Indies at the moment scoring at 5.11 per over. Looks as if we'll have a change in bowling. We'll certainly have a change in the commentary box. The terrific Trinidadian twosome of Fazir Mohammed and Ian Bishop.
Many thanks for your wonderful introduction, Tony. Hope we can live up to that billing.
Well, I'm not sure I want to live up to the word terrible. You might want to, Fazir Mohammed. Certainly not me. Chris Harris will certainly be hoping that his spell does not include the word terrible, because he's come on at a time when New Zealand need a couple of wickets. The West Indies in control, even though the asking rate is 6.29 from here on, but they've got all their wickets intact. And at this stage, it's just about a rehearsal of the last game in Trinidad, where the West Indies needed to chase 211 in 33 overs.
Paddling it away well past the short fine leg fielder out towards the boundary, and Brian Lara has greeted the arrival of Chris Harris very, very well from the West Indies point of view, taking that delivery just towards that short fine leg to his left, and an important boundary.
It's a good shot to bring up the West Indian 100 paddle sweep.
Once the single, Chris Gale has to hurry back. Just as well that the return wasn't a particularly strong one. Wants to keep the momentum going. has to be mindful that you've got to be sensible about it. Return from Tuffy, not very strong, safely home. Finding the gap in the infield just for the single. Importantly, they're keeping the strike rotating. The runs have been coming, 7 of the last over, 5 so far in this one. And the onus will really be on these two after the loss of Chandapol with that injury.
All right.
Might seem to be a yawn at this stage for many, but these are the crucial middle overs when the batsmen need to consolidate. The bowlers will be trying to capitalize.
Oh, Eric.
Just the single again, which will really test Chris Gale's patience.
Here, Lexi.
Likes to go for his shots, likes the ball coming onto the bat at pace. Now he's got to work the gaps. Long field for LBW. Don't go for the run either. Harris not best pleased by the verdict at the end of over number 20. The West Indies 103 without loss. Going to be another change for New Zealand. Let's look back on what happened in the last ball of the previous over.
It's a big shout. Well, probably would have gone by the off stump. Definitely going past the off stump. So a good decision by umpire Ductrow. He's had a couple of bloopers today, if one might say so, but he's made a good decision on this occasion.
It's a pretty polite way of putting it. Depending on what side you're on, you've got a very, very different way of terming any sort of mistake by the official, as we see Daniel Vettori. 75 wickets, 9 away from 100 one-day internationals. Not a bad economy rate. Gale on strike, this should be interesting.
Well, he's got to hit into the strong leg side field, Chris Gale. He's hitting with a turn of Daniel Vettori.
Oh, nice turn.
He's got 3 men posted on the boundary on the leg side. In addition to hitting into a strong breeze, got some players posted on the boundary.
Oh!
So that will inhibit the stroke play of these 2 left-handers, certainly towards the leg side. Got to take calculated risks, but you don't want to be hanging the ball into the air on the leg side with a strong breeze that will push the ball back towards the pitch. And there's the other one. 3 players saving boundaries.
Sweep again, another loud appeal, seems very, very optimistic. Bellowing a second appeal, both occasions just a nod of the head from umpire De Silva.
Well, I'll give him 9 out of 10 for the appeal, Daniel Vettori.
Tantalizingly close to the outside edge. The end of a good over from Daniel Vettori. The West Indies kept in check at 104 without loss. The rate's still very challenging. At the moment, the West Indies going at under 5, getting closer and closer to 6.5. Just a single to deep cover. Challenging last ball from Daniel Vettori.
It does give the ball generous flight. That one was pushed through a little flatter, and it turned, it bounced as well, and that is what you'd expect. Bowling second here at Annesville.
Looking to give him the charge, but Harris responding well. And making the necessary adjustment. He's so experienced. Lara looking to go over the top, and then could only push it away to short mid-wicket. Again, they have to be satisfied with the single. These bits and pieces performers really causing some headaches for the West Indies. Comes off the bottom of the bat. Dribbled out towards long off.
I think the West Indies are in any problems just yet. Still going along nicely. All 10 wickets intact. That's including Chandapal, we assume.
It's very similar to what the West Indies faced at the Queen's Park Oval, needing to get 212 of 33. Looking to paddle, the last ball comes off the back of the bat. The rate slowing down for the West Indies now at 107 without loss. It's been quiet for the last 6 overs. Cramped the room, but they'll get the single. Despairing lunge. Nice short extra cover. Changed his mind halfway through the shot. Looking for the big sweep.
Yeah, in 2 miles. You need to initiate the sweep at first.
Side edge onto pad, but obviously no close-in fielder. Go over the top and missed. Maybe a stumping chance. Can't be sure if he got a touch. Vettori bellowing his disappointment. And it'll be a bye. A couple of byes.
Good boys!
Won't get a run for that delivery. Apologize for the break in our transmission. We're back on air, bringing you the action.
Yeah!
We'll get a couple of runs here. Could run out towards the boundary. Assel giving chase. Well played by Lara, finding it, climbing onto him, playing it away towards the third man position. End of the over, 118 without loss. I'd like to apologize for our viewers, wherever you may be, breaking our transmission. Sorted out, thankfully. We can see the position now where the West Indies have advanced just by a couple of runs. No damage done to their innings except for the loss of Chandapol, retiring hit on the left elbow by Shane Bond. That was a long time ago. Let's see if the West Indies can regenerate themselves, find the power on their own to get to that target of 292. Lara has been increasingly using his feet to the slower bowlers. Had a stumping chance in the previous over. Went for the big drive. He'll get the single. Chris Gill, in fact, was the man who went for that ambitious drive. Stumping chance was missed just before we went off air. And, West Indies haven't suffered any alarm since then.
It's getting to that point once again from a West Indian point of view where they have to start stepping on the gas. The rate required is now creeping up towards 7, so they've had that period of a lull where they were content to pick up the singles. But as we get to the halfway stage, we must start increasing the tempo.
At the moment, they're content on turning the strike over.
Well, you don't want the rate required to get above 7. To score at 7 and over for anything above 20 overs is a difficult task, even with wickets in hand.
Another very good delivery from Vittori. A challenge for both left-handers.
It's gone past the outside edge. This one didn't turn, but angled in. Didn't turn as much as Lara expected.
.25 overs gone, halfway through the innings and a long way to go. 120 without loss. Gets it away towards a backward point. Tuffy will get around. We'll take 2. Wickets are in hand. They can't allow the rate to climb higher and higher. It's getting closer to 7.
Yeah, I think we'll see pretty soon. The West Indies trying to achieve a couple of boundaries to bring that rate down.
Did that too well to think of anything more than the 1 run. Been a while for the last 4.
on, nice.
Slightly awkward bounce, but he handled it well. Bowling to his field, Chris Harris. See the short third man. Extra cover in.
Oh, lovely ball and Harrow.
Again, he's using his feet, looking to go over the top. And Harris making the necessary adjustment.
He's not the type of bowler that you can just stand your ground and allow him to bowl at you, because he's very accurate. So you've got to make some doing yourself as a batsman.
To get that away, backward is square, missed it completely.
Somebody.
Pressure is mounting.
Oh, yes, Harrow.
Just another dot ball, 26 overs gone. It's 123 without loss. Hitting over the top by Chris Gayle and finds the gap well. West Indies know that they can't continue even without losing a wicket, just to plod and poke along. And they've taken the opportunity of the start of another Vettori over to get going, Chris Gayle.
Well, he was just given enough room with the length of that delivery because it was short. Would have gone on to hit the stumps probably. Chris Gayle making some room for himself.
Okay.
Looking to go over the top and is caught. Well taken, moving forward by Chris Harris. And he's got good reason to be celebrating, going down flat on his face, Daniel Vettori, but it is Chris Gayle knocked out. The West Indies lose their first wicket with 127 on the board.
Well, we spoke about the West Indies having to try to up the momentum here. It's just held back a fraction and it's turned. He's going also across against the spin of this delivery, presenting a simple catch. And he doesn't drop them at all, Chris Harris. Chris Gayle, though, it's gone for 67, 127 for one.
Arrived at a key position in the West Indies pursuit of 292. Needs to show all of that experience that he's gained from 15 years at the highest level. Showing tremendous form throughout this season, and he's here because of the loss of Chris Gayle.
Very good piece of bowling by Daniel Vettori, but look at Daniel Vettori. Celebration from Vettori indicated how much this wicket has meant to him, not only to the team, but for him personally. He wants to get involved in this series. Now it just puts a slightly different complexion on the West Indies proceedings at the moment.
Yeah, no, it's done.
trapped between the glove and the pad. He's using the flight well, with variations. Hooper will be very accustomed to facing this sort of bowling.
Oh, well done.
Field very alert. Edging just past first slip, and Vettori goes down again in huge disappointment. Will come back up for a third run, but Carl Hooper playing loosely outside the off stump, and Fleming, one of the most adroit at slip, a chance going past him.
Now this could be so expensive. Stephen Fleming should really have made a greater effort, a better effort. The captain standing at slip. Well, how expensive that could prove to be at the end of the day.
Harry!
Lara gets a single to end the over. 131 for 1. Fortune favouring Carl Hooper, but not his opposite number. Again, he's using his feet, Brian Lara, not getting very far. Getting a bit impatient, Lara. Just a single to deepish cover. Let's take a look at that chance again.
Well, how wide is Stephen Fleming at slip? Well, not unusually wide. It's a fine edge. It was an attempted late cut by Carl Hooper, and it went quickly. And in the scheme of things, given the luck that Carl Hooper's had this season, it proved to be expensive.
Over 7 per over required now. It was a very healthy edge. Didn't really zip past Fleming. I'm sure Vettori was expecting a greater effort. He's decided to tighten up now. Hooper had his slices of luck during the test series against India, where he scored a double century followed by 200s. Looking to benefit from this lapse. They'll happily give up these singles, New Zealand, because they know, like in the previous match, the rate will climb all the time unless the West Indies can intersperse these singles with boundaries. We'll get a couple here. Tuffy lumbering around. 28 overs completed, 22 left. The West Indies 135 for 1.
Only a touch, though, not much.
The positions may be very similar, but for the West Indies, the challenge is to maintain that momentum or to pick it up. And to pick up the commentary, Wayne Daniel and Reds Pereira.
The big ask to catch it was their bat. Hooper got there, trying to go over the top initially. Umpire De Silva unmoved. New Zealand very confident. There was some bat there, some pad. Umpire turning it down.
It's a lot of people out by all the close-in New Zealand fielders. Hooper comes forward, comes down the wicket. It's a long way down. Just a pad of that, I think.
Nice. The wrist, no ball called, and Cooper seizing on it and finding the angle. Didn't hit it straight, just that turn of the wrist brought the boundary. West Indies just falling a trifle behind. Harris and Vittori has done a good job. Powerful straight hit by Hooper. Didn't bring a boundary. The two most experienced West Indian players now need to keep the West Indies in the fight.
Vittori wouldn't mind Hooper using his feet to him. The odd delivery has turned.
Down goes over the top, ultimate wicket. Good hit by Hooper. Umpire De Silva responding, and Hooper, a man for an occasion like this. He has played these innings before and needs to play it again.
Well, he plays the spinners well, Carl Hooper. Uses his feet well. Play through the line. That one was drifting into the pad. He just timed it.
More runs here for Hooper. Paddle around. He has been using that shot all the time throughout the series.
Tremendous form, Carl Hooper. Plays the spin as well.
Go!
Again, good turn there. And
That's out.
will allow them a single at the end of the over. 150 exactly on the nose for 1 off 29 overs. Gives you no pace, as all world batsmen know. The St. Lucia airport, his description of Harris was he bowls mix-up. Well, good, much better last 50 for the West Indies. Second of 72 balls. This is quite a big battle here, Wayne, between Hooper and Lara, and these two, Harris and Vittori.
Well, two fine players in. Perhaps the two best players in the West Indies team. they're playing it well at the moment. Harris doesn't give you anything to hit unless they're given room and length. They really want to be just working him around.
Just try and hit that a little later. Hitting later, you might have just been able to be covered to the right and to settle for the single. 292, that's a big total weight, Daniel. You need to keep going all the time.
You have to keep going, and you certainly want to be up with the pace. You want to be in that comfort zone. The last over, previous over, West Indies got, I think it was about 11 off that over. Just 4 from this over so far. But they have to keep going. You don't want to be at the end having to get too many.
Lar looking for a boundary as the over comes to an end. 30 overs gone, 1 for 155. Yeah. Well, we have a bowling change here this lovely Caribbean day, and Bond back in the attack. 6 overs, 2 bases, none for 22. So a decision here by Fleming. Wayne, he might have just kept the 2 going, but quick decision. Okay, Laren and Hooper beginning to push on. Let me just change the diet.
Well, Hooper came in and got hold of Vittori. And I think Fleming knows that Hooper plays the spinners very well. So he doesn't want, certainly doesn't want to have Hooper in. And in the form that he's in, and Vittori on, so Bond is back. Still, West Indies still have to keep going. Over 6 and over. Don't have to do anything rash, but they have to keep the score ticking.
Chairman of selectors, Sir Vivian Richards, looking on. Prime Minister of St. Vincent Grenadines, Dr. Ralph Gonzalez, also looking on, and in the picture there. Dot ball for Bond. The quickest of the New Zealand bowlers, but that's the official balcony. And the president of the Grenada Association. And a surprising crowd in. Tickets went very, very slowly indeed, but I think when New Zealand went on to a victory in Trinidad, the crowd stepped up a bit in interest. And that's slashed over the top. West Indies needing these boundaries of just about each over now to stay in contention. Not the most pretty shot in the world, but productive.
Well, that's a shot of a top-class player. He gave himself a bit of room and hit it over extra cover. He has to pick out his spot, Lara, and he did that beautifully. There's a lot of room on the leg side as well.
He's trying to use the pace of the ball there, and again just trying to caress it through the gap. And this crowd, which has really surprised a lot of people. I think the Windward's board were quite surprised by the turnout today. course, there's a discussion that maybe the West Indies board need to review prices. That was the feeling of the St. Lucian Prime Minister. And the Barbados Cricket Association has already reduced the prices for the Test match next Friday. Almost got it through. Brilliant work. Harris, Mr. Durable.
Very sharp in that position, Harris. Lara looking to give himself a bit of room. Didn't have the room there, couldn't get the power into the shot. And Harris moving very smartly to his right. Saving what could have been a couple of runs.
Smashing that away, and Billy Doctrov get out the way, and another brilliant stop by New Zealand. Well, hard lines, no ball called.
Very good throw right alongside the stumps. Perhaps not enough power in it. Threw it from a long way out. It's a long boundary out there. And Larry getting back quite comfortably.
You would have played on this ground once or twice, Wayne Daniel. Barbados versus Windwards on this ground, you would have played.
Don't remember playing here, Rates. Remember we played in St. Vincent, but I'm not sure if it was here.
Well, I don't think it was Victoria Park in those days. I think you did, in fact, play at Arna's Vale. So, Aaron nearing yet another 50 in the one-day level.
I think Larry just giving himself a little bit of room here to hit Bond through the offside. And that was a good delivery, that last one by Bond. Bowling it a lot straighter. Bowling more to Larry at his body.
And again, just too short. And, 8 runs coming off the over. 163 for 1 off 31. Well, you can see the worm starting to climb once more. Hooper has given that worm life. And gone. Slow delivery, he's done that to world-class batsmen all over the show, and he's done Lara there. New Zealand, a bunch of very happy chappies, and Lara saying, well, really shouldn't have gone at that stage.
Well, this is a big wicket for New Zealand. Lara looked in good touch. And that's the typical Chris Harris delivery. He dangles it there in front of you. Lara playing too soon. Just getting there before the ball arrived. And was in no position to correct the shot. Lara goes for 47. 163 for 2. With drinks on the field.
Sarwan replacing Lara, not totally ready. I suppose the decision to bring Lara up and Sarwan down could be a discussion point. Trying to get off the mark, Lara, Sarwan. And this is how the West Indies lost their last wicket.
Yes, Lara perhaps trying to turn that on the onside. Coming on to him. An easy catch back to the bowler. Back to Harris. Sarwan has come to the wicket. As that delivery from Harris dangles in front of you. Lara threw the shot long before the ball got there, played a long way from his body.
Nice stylish shot to get off the mark. One would think that if Sarwan is going to bat in a one-day West Indies team, he's got to bat in number 3 because he's not a natural hit of the ball. Well, he's done that to so many batsmen over the years. Good sharp single, and New Zealand good at the one-day feeling. They're good feeling side in the test in the one-day game, and are still trying to dive in there and just beat the batsman trying to make his ground.
It's a very sharp piece of fielding. Quick underarm. Hooper would have gotten in, I think, there. Very clever piece of bowling by Harris. That's the batting for West Indies. Gale getting off to a good start, not being able to continue. Lara just out for 47. And so much now depends on Carl Hooper.
A bit of extra bunch there did Carl Hooper. That's the man for all seasons. He's had a lot of wickets caught and bowled against all sides in the world. And you can see there, 29, and Lara was one of them. It looks sweet to most batsmen before they face him. Spanking shot by Hooper. We'll get a second here. It's too short, and Hooper plays those shots very well.
Sarwan has really struggled so far in this series, and I think what he's got to look to do is give Hooper the strike, as much of the strike as possible. West Indies have got to keep scoring. That required rate is now over 7. Yes.
Looking for, no, wouldn't go for the second.
Sarwan cannot allow himself to get bogged down here.
He doesn't want to play the kind of shot he played in Trinidad, where he tried to hit true forward, square leg almost, hit a cross. If you're going to go for an attacking shot, play into the V. Had one good hand of 44 batting at number 3, where he played cricket shots. And under some pressure here to keep West Indies ticking over, and as Wayne Daniels said, he needs to rotate the strike. He's done that. He's given the captain back the strike. Can Hooper now produce the boundary?
I think we've seen that so many times by Sarwan, where he's not being able to time the ball. That was not a very good delivery by Bond. But Sarwan not being able to time it, hitting it into the ground, closing the back face too soon. And he's really struggled in this one-day game. Hooper looks in good flow, looks in good touch.
Well, a wide call, but Hooper would have liked to have had much more than that. This chats with the umpire as he go past. Umpire De Silva in his 19th one international. Marginal. I suppose Wayne Daniel, as a bowler, you wouldn't agree with that call.
Well, no, that was quite wide. So that was a good call by umpire Silva. Yeah.
Just as the news that Shipman Ryan Chandrapal has gone to the hospital here in Kingston for a precautionary x-ray. He was hit on the funny bone on the elbow and had to retire hurt. Maybe just precautionary. Chandrapal no doubt will be hoping that another injury will not keep him out, because he's been hit by injuries. Quick single of the last ball, 2 for 172. Single not there. Really got to get it finer or a little more in front of this square.
Very quick in the field, the New Zealanders.
Looking to play an aggressive shot down the backward point and gets boundary. Well, that will take the pressure off. And a little finer than he was looking for. But a boundary does help you to feel a lot better about yourself and takes a couple of pungs off the shoulders in a one-day game.
It's a bad ball by Harris. There's plenty of room there for Sarwan to open his shoulders. Didn't hit it that well, but not enough meat the bat on it.
Moving with the shot by Sarwan. Almost as he made contact, he was on the move. Single came quite easily. The man is quite deep. He tapped the ball well. This is quite a brick ground, the Arnos Vale, opened in 1972 by New Zealand.
Yeah, Harry.
New Zealand, of course, has played its part in changing one-day cricket when they started with Patel, the off-spinner. They were the first team to do it.
Yeah, lovely, Harry. Boys.
The pressure's really on. The balls are fast disappearing. 97 balls, 115 runs needed. That's always the equation that you have to watch.
Sweet looking shot by Hooper and good diving effort that stuffs the boundary. They'll come back for the second. That's food and drink to Hooper. 34 overs gone. It's 2 for 179. The West Indies needing to push on.
Wide on ball.
And that worm just flattening out a bit. Started to climb, but just flattening out a bit, and New Zealand will want it to just drop under the white worm. So Captain Fleming introducing the change here. Decided that he's had a short burst with Bond, and he's brought back the efficient Hitchcock, which does remind me a lot of Ian Harvey, the Australian all-rounder, with all these medium pace spells. Ian Harvey. And this is Hitchcock, who's enjoyed a good one-day series, and no doubt looking towards future one-days for New Zealand. The sweeper is out.
That's out.
Interesting hit, Wayne Daniel, how Hooper will try and look for runs off Hitchcock. It won't be easy.
Well, West Indies definitely needing at least 2 big overs, and Hooper is the man to do that. He's got to look to pick out where he's going to hit Hitchcock. He's bowled really well in this series, Paul Hitchcock, and Hooper has to be watchful too, because he has a very good change of pace, and that has done all the West Indian batsmen in this series.
Looking for the second, it's not there. New Zealand, one of the best fielding sides in the world. Styrus, who seemed to enjoy his cricket, having a little joke. Victoria's, they pass, and he now in the test squad. Styrus. Single, Sarwan, but Wayne, as you said, West Indies needed boundaries.
Well, he's also got to look to give the strike to Hooper. Hooper's the one who can get the boundaries.
Nicely played, beats the inner man, and they will come back for the second. Hooper's got the ability to beat the bit onto his right. Fleming has really been pulling the bowlers around. He's pushed Bond to 8, but he's got Chris Harris with 2 more overs to come. That's a key. Missed opportunity off a no ball there, Wayne Daniel.
Yes, perhaps trying to hit this one too hard to square Carl Hooper. So no ball, nothing behind the line there, no part of that foot behind the line.
Yeah.
Again, he is looking for the second. Return not as good as the pickup. And that's a bit of scrappy work by Oram, who I think is on for Macmillan. And he looks more like a rugby player right now, big, huge. New Zealand having a victory over the Irish. 15-6 2 nights ago.
Well, 8 so far from this over, and they haven't had to do anything rash, haven't had to take any chances.
Harris, this starts the night, and that's his late and hit slightly inside out, playing it late. And picking up a lovely boundary there for the West Indies. That's batsmanship there. And the West Indies, a lot more of that. So Sarwan beginning to flow there and flowing well through the offside. Pushed down in the order. Can he respond? He's been under pressure to try and play the kind of innings in the one-day game as well as he can play in the test, and gets another gift and bangs that again through the covers. So 2 boundaries. Wayne Daniel was calling for a couple of big overs. Well, the West Indies have got one here. 95 the win of 88. Change in commentary. Ian Bishop and Tony Coakley.
Thanks, Reds. 2 lovely cricket shots by Ramara Shawan. Just goes to show that you don't need to play the ugly cross-hole that he did in Trinidad to make runs in this type of cricket. Just play normally. And he is a lovely player, and he's stroked 2 boundaries off half volleys through the offside. Put them away beautifully. Off the last over, 10 off this already. West Indies up to 199 for 2. News on Chandapal, just to repeat, was struck on the elbow, has gone off to hospital for a precautionary x-ray.
Wow, Harry!
Chris has in his 9th over here. 1 for 45. So successive overs across 10 and now 11. The West Indies raised the 200 for 2. West Indies require 92. 200 for 2, wickets in hand, but still fewer balls to get those runs than the actual runs. 84 deliveries left. Hitchcock now to Sarva.
No!
It's come down to that stage of the game now. You've got to keep your eyes on how many balls are left, how many runs you require as a batting team. There's no need to do anything silly from a batting point of view because the West Indies still have 8 wickets in hand, and that includes Chandapal. Once you've got wickets in hand towards the end, if you need to take a few risks, you can do that.
No!
Well bowled. Variations from Hitchcock. That's why he's been so effective in this series.
There's a mid-off and a mid-on. Circle.
Yeah. Hey. Keep going, Skip.
And they'll be asking Ramar Sawan to take a few risks, and he's responded well. 21 off 19 balls. He's played positively, he's played freely. This is the last game this one, the international series. There's nothing else to come, so he has to play with that freedom.
I think too, Bish, he's played correctly. Not cross-hauling, everything has been nice and technically correct. Happening to hurry, bowlers out.
Oh!
Plenty of excitement from here on, you can be sure of that.
Vincent again in the action. Hooper might just have been home. It's going to get very, very frenetic from here on. 90 runs from 80 balls.
No!
Good over here from Hitchcock. 21 from the previous 2. He's now conceded just 2 runs off 5 balls in this over. Mid-off drops back to long off now for the last ball of the over. To
attempt here just to give the single, but to save the boundary. Just the single, 3 off the over. 203 for 2, 13 overs remain.
Dougal James is asked to report to the players' pavilion. Dougal James is asked to report to the players' pavilion. Tony is asked to check the Michael leaking in the pavilion. Tony is asked to check the Michael leaking in the pavilion.
Indies worm just to the advantage. We're going to have a tremendous finish. Crowd has already seen today 494 runs scored, so they've got full value for their money, and it is a big crowd. It's unusual here at Arnisvale. Always attracts a big crowd here for the one-day internationals. I can't remember seeing any bigger than this. Certainly if they have been, not significantly so. Packed in. Scott Styrus is going to come in now. Just look at those people just packed right in, and they've already got right into it now. You know the West Indies have a chance here. It was a tremendous challenge that was set done by the New Zealanders. They've seen New Zealand field like tigers. And they know that the West Indies will have difficulty in getting the target. New Zealanders will continue to put the pressure on them in the field. No Styrus to Sarwan. Gap shot. Brings Hooper into the strike now. I think everyone knows that Hooper is the key figure here.
This is the last delivery. Once again, the off-cutter by Scott Styrus. Pitching on the seam and lifting Ramir Sarwan, who still managed to get a single, and that's been the key feature of this 41-run partnership between Hooper and Sarwan. Gotten a run off almost every delivery. Whenever they haven't been able to get the boundary, they've still picked up the singles, kept the scoreboard ticking over. Only taken 38 balls to score 42 runs in this partnership.
Just the 3 runs off the previous over. They'll want to just up the rate here. No need at the moment, certainly, to get too anxious about things. Wickets are in hand. There are 12 overs after this one, 12 and a half overs to go. 87 more needed. Styrus just wanting the third man to come finer. Just for that little dab shot, he's up there.
Jake,
certainly early in the series, 44 off 71 deliveries, 42 off 62 in St. Lucia. Just felt that he wasn't rotating the strike, wasn't working the gaps. Certainly has done that here in this innings. So he's gone in the series. He'll want to forget that Port of Spain dismissal. Ugly cross hold.
It's turning out to be a good over. The dot balls make all the difference here for Styrus, showing a lot of character in this situation. With each dot ball, the West Indies run rate mounts. It stands at 7.15 required at the moment. He's shown very good control just by bowling a tight off-stump line on a good length.
And he's only in his 5th over, so he has 5 overs after this to go.
Right, work, Scotty
Very
boy!
well saved, only 2 runs off the over. 205 for 2, 12 overs remain, 87 to get.
Google James, you're asked to report to the players pavilion. Google James, you're asked to report to the players pavilion. Vincent Thomas, you're asked to check with the police outside the players pavilion to connect to one. Vincent Thomas, check with the police outside the players pavilion to connect to one.
The equation. 7 1/4 runs and over is the average they need over the last 12. New Zealanders know that the West Indies can't beat them if they get 1 run off every ball from here on. The West Indies know that they need a boundary or 2 or 3. Certainly at this situation, they had 2 very good overs. 21 came off 2. And then just 5 off the next 2. Just getting it through this time. Still just a single. There's a man out there. He comes in from deep cover. Hooper flicks it away. That's the boundary that makes all the difference. Typical Carl Hooper shot.
Almost sure he's taking this out of stumps, Carl Hooper. This is why he's so important to the West Indies cause. He must stay there. He's picked it up well. He scores in so many areas. It was all timing, hitting the ball into the gap.
Struck that well, just the single though. Tuffy is patrolling out there. They're ready, they've got 7 off 4 deliveries. Now they'll look for a second. But I hadn't come to them. New Zealanders have been so sharp in the field, that raises the 50 partnership between the 2. 47 deliveries. They've taken 8 off that over, so from that over they're in credit. 213 for 2, 11 overs remain. Indies with only those 2 actual wickets lost. Chandapal retired hurt. He had 13 when he was struck on the elbow by Bond and had to go off to hospital for a precautionary X-ray. Gale 67 and Lara 47, the batsman gone. And Styris continuing this tremendous series he's had. 5 overs for 18. Just over 3.5 runs and over.
Yes, Lemo!
It's just pressure mounting here on Sawa.
Ready!
He's got a lot of room on the leg side on which to pick up the singles. He's got all this room here as Ramner Sawan. He's also got room in this area, so lots of room in which to pick up the single, and he must get Carl Hooper on strike as soon as possible.
4:42 is the time here. You can tell from the clock hands which Ian Bishop was working there. Sawan now has to consider what next to do. Hooper comes down to have a word with him. 3 deliveries, no runs. The required rate has now crept up above 7.5 runs and over. The captain comes down to have a word with Ramner Sawan. Get me on strike, I would imagine, would be the instructions from the captain. Which he does. One run off the over. Carl Hooper, 42 off just 34 deliveries. So much depending on the captain here. Works the single. West Indies with only 2 wickets down, but for new batsmen to come into this kind of pressure situation demands a lot of them. The 2 Hines, Wavell and Ryan. Ridley Jacobs perhaps would be promoted if needed, and then the bowlers. The West Indies will hope they don't get down to them. Cut away, long chase around, there'll be time for 2 here. Still only 4 runs off the over. So 10 overs remain. 217 for 2, 75 to get. So there it is, 75 of 60 deliveries. Won't be easy sailing for the West Indies, but it certainly can be done. 7.5 runs and over. I suppose in this situation you'd say, with 8 wickets standing, that the balance is just about even.
That's right. If you're a West Indian fan, you're looking at this, you might be a little bit nervous. The West Indies just have the edge at the moment because of those 8 wickets. Boundaries have come quite frequently towards the end of the innings, as we saw when the West Indies bowled. Just a little bit of consultation at the moment, and I think that has to do with how many overs have been bowled. Hitchcock has got 2 left, Bond a couple, and the scoreboard has Bond having bowled 10, and that's a problem on the scoreboard. That's incorrect. He's only bowled 8, and that's what Ashok De Silva is phoning. Well, he's on the walkie-talkie back to the umpire's room. That's to confirm.
Nicely played by Hooper. Now they'll come back for a second. So, yeah, it's a manual scoreboard here, operated manually. Gives quite a few of the details, but not always correctly. Boys up there find it a little bit difficult keeping up, especially when things get tense. So they've got Bond there with 10 overs. He's only bowled 8. And even though the players do have their names on the back, sometimes they find it difficult to identify players with whom they're not familiar. Completely miscued. Thought he had a big boundary there, Hooper. Saw it in short.
He just tried to change the length here. Hitchcock doesn't want to pitch the ball up to Carl Hooper, but Hooper was threw his shot too soon. That would have gone a long way. He's capable of scoring in odd parts of the ground. Such a risky player.
Gone. Hooper goes. Big wicket for Paul Hitchcock. Big wicket for New Zealand. Stephen Fleming catches his opposite number. There's a hush all over Arnisvale as the West Indies lose their third wicket for 219. Still 73 to get. And New Zealand know that is a big fish to catch.
It's a change of pace. Once again, a slower delivery from Hitchcock. Drew Hooper into the shot much too soon. Fleming realizes how big that wicket is, how crucial it is. He goes for 45, 219 for 3.
Your batsman is Ridley Jacobs, who is such a doughty competitor for the West Indies. West Indies are looking for him to repeat his performance in Port of Spain on Wednesday when he almost snatched an incredible victory for the West Indies there. It's asking a lot for him to do it twice in succession. Comes in to replace his captain, Carl Hooper, who just fell to Paul Hitchcock, who has had a dream debut series for New Zealand. He really has proved himself and proved the selectors right for picking him. Off the mark right away. Very busy player.
It's going to be a tough task. Ridley Jacobs is out there because of the dismissal of the West Indies captain, drawn into a shot. Just see he had to alter his stroke, just tried to hold back because it was another slower delivery. Couldn't help but lofted it in the air and presenting a simple catch to Fleming, his opposite number.
Hit it hard, but hit it straight to the fielder. Just 3 runs off the over and a wicket. 1 ball left. And the number of deliveries remaining are becoming fewer and fewer. And the runs are not becoming fewer and fewer. A fast enough pace for the West Indies liking. Tremendous performance once more. Key wicket of Carl Hooper just when New Zealand needed it most. Just one. Someone will have the strike, but a fine over from Paul Hitchcock leaves the West Indies with a daunting task of making 71 of the last 54 deliveries with 7 wickets standing. Jacobs, the most experienced of the players, to just guide Sarwan through. Sarwan's in there. He's been in for 35 deliveries. 2 Hines to follow, the 2 left-handers. So if Sawan can remain there to the end, there'll be left-handers all the way through with him. Long discussion between Fleming and Doctor. Seems to be rather animated. Very animated discussion. Fleming was saying that to the umpire that he was rather fooled by the scoreboard. No ball called by. Will they come back for the second? No. Didn't want to take the chance. They've been warned by these New Zealand fielders. They're very, very sharp. That counts for 2. Tuffy, the fielder, gives the West Indies an extra ball as well.
And he was pretty upset during that discussion with umpire Doctrove. I think it's more to do with the miscalculation of how many overs Hitchcock had bowled. Hitchcock might be a big part, a big feature of that conversation.
I think to get away quickly, a dive. Umpire De Silva will ask for the replay. Sawan is on the ground and doesn't look too happy. Replay comes in alongside the stumps. Nevin just broke the stumps. 223 for 3. Will it be 223 for 4?
Well, the players don't seem to be too excited about what's going on. That's not a good enough view. This is a better one. Now he's well home. Well safe. Almost got his entire body across the batting crease. The light should come on any moment now. The green one, that is. Just a little bit winded under Sawan, but he'll feel a lot better when he sees the light go on.
Just waiting now. The question that Sawan was well in. Desperate dive by Sawan. These are desperate times for the West Indies. Need every run they can get, and they're looking at that light for a long time. Really shouldn't be waiting this long, but umpires just want to be certain about it. We've seen more than once during the season. Umpires have got it wrong. Here it is once more. A little bit wide the throw, so that Nevin had to go across and then flick it back. He's well home. No question about that. A little time for a drink by Ramnaresh Sawan. It's taking too long. I think they may be having some difficulty with yeah, there it is now. No question about that. He's well home. So Sawan's dive gets him in. So 3 off the first 2 deliveries, one of which was a no ball, so just off 1. With the lack of boundaries, West Indies will be pressing the New Zealand fielders. We're going to have action all the way through. Keep on that dial, as they say. Sawan just retaking his guard. Styris anxious to get in. They haven't made the changes up there. Hitchcock has had 9 overs. Bond has had only 8. That was the source of the discussion between Stephen Fleming and umpire Billy Doctrove. I think Fleming was saying, look, the umpires really have got to indicate to the scoreboard what the situation is, because it is very misleading.
when you get the scoreboard giving the wrong number of overs that the bowlers have delivered. Upsets the fielding captain, makes the wrong calculations. There it is, wrong. And they've had plenty of time to change it.
That's Rick.
These scoreless deliveries are doing nothing for the West Indies, doing everything here for New Zealand.
Concerning those overs, what he wanted was to reserve a couple of overs for Hitchcock at the end. As it is, Hitchcock only has one more. He was a bit livid in that he wasn't told sooner that that part of the scoreboard, more importantly, was not correct.
Three dot balls. New Zealand just squeezing the West Indies. They've got them on the ropes now. They don't want them off. The West Indies really need a couple of big overs. They had two successive overs a while ago where they scored 21. They need something like that again. Required rate now has gone up to 8.16 runs per over. Sarwan gets on strike. New Zealanders won't mind that. Only 4 runs off the over, including the no ball. And it's the end of the over. It's 225 to 3. Well, they're claiming over. We had that no ball. Ashoka De Silva agrees. Pressurized umpire Billy Doctrove by Styris. He was going to continue. Styris said, well, certainly it's an over. And Ashoka De Silva nodded and said yes. So a bit of confusion out in the middle. 225 for 3 at the end of 42 overs. The West Indies need 67 on 49 deliveries. They have 7 wickets in hand, but they're falling well behind the ring.
Spectators, please remember not to come onto the field at the end of the game. Allow the players to come off.
So 225 for 3 with Sarwan just stalled for a while. He started off very promisingly, and now 31 off 40 deliveries, and finding it a little difficult to get the ball away. 67, 225 for 3, 8 overs remain, and to carry through until the end, Fazir Mohammed, and with him Wayne Daniel.
Thank you, Tony. And now Daniel Vittori at a crucial stage comes on. 5 overs left. He's gone at 6 per over. If he goes at that rate the rest of the way, New Zealand will win. Of course, depending on what happens at the other end. 8 overs left. Really, it's stacked against the West Indies, even with 7 wickets in hand. Maybe 6. Not too sure about Chanderpaul's status. Goes down the track, flicks it away. Just the single. Missed an opportunity there, Ramnaree Sarwan.
There's Vittori here, perhaps looking to get it in the block hole. Just a bit full. Sarwan not making use of that, not getting hold of it. He's found it very difficult to time the ball, Sarwan, to get it away. The last 4 or 5 overs, it's really put the pressure back on the West Indies.
Beaten by that delivery, but gets the single. Looking to play with whatever spin there was, took a leading edge into the offside.
One didn't turn. Jake was playing for the turn, just going straight on with the arm.
Going over the top, will the catch be taken to the left? Dive by Tafia into the boundary. Despairing effort, but Sarwan chancing his arm, and fortune favouring the brave for the West Indies.
Well, this was a good effort all around. Good effort by Sarwan. Ball given a bit of flight by Vittori. Sarwan using his feet well. Came down and tremendous effort there by the fielder, a long off. Being a brilliant catch. We've taken that.
Another flight to delivery, takes him on the paddle. The long throw comes in. Misses the stump, Jacobs gets in. So the tension is mounting, the excitement, you can feel it around the ground. Harris looks very, very disappointed. Might have injured himself as well with the dive.
It's a direct hit. And Jacobs would have been on his way.
Seven runs off this over already with 2 deliveries left. Jabbing it away again, they go for the one return, has him struggling. Umpire Billy Doctorov says that he's in, hasn't called for the third umpire. Sarwan responding immediately, in the umpire's estimation, getting in.
Very quick between the wickets, R1. It's comfortably home there.
Everyone's going to be on their toes. Last ball of the over. Cut away, pass point. We'll get a couple. This has been an important over for the West Indies. Some 10 runs coming off it. 235 for 3 with 7 overs left.
At the end of the game, vehicles going to the windward side of the island will exit at the bridge next to the playing field on the outside. And all those going to the leeward side will use the main gate at the top. Vehicles going to the windward side will exit at the bridge next to the playing field on the outside. Vehicles going to the leeward side will use the main gate.
The task is still very, very difficult. But the West Indies have wickets in hand. But can they hold their nerve? They've lost their captain Carl Hooper, for him Lara and Gale. Chandapal out injured. Experience of Scott Styris against Ridley Jacobs. Goes for the big hit, high into the air. Will the catch be taken, settling under it, and it takes it. Ridley Jacobs going for the swing, and Craig McMillan settling under it, and the New Zealanders celebrate a vital dismissal. The West Indies deflated again with the loss of one of their most experienced players.
Yes, West Indies have a lot to do. They really have to keep going. The only chance of winning this game. Big swing by Jacobs. Goes high in the air. A lot of height on it. Went a long way up. It's a very good catch. Kept his eyes on it all the way. Made it look really easy in the end. Those are difficult ones. Jacob goes for 4. 235 for 4.
Wavell Hines has replaced Ridley Jacobs, but he won't be on strike because with that huge hit by Ridley Jacobs. That spiraled away to Craig Miller. And they scramble a single immediately. Hines, of course, who had that fantastic century in the final test match against India. These are very different circumstances.
Well, you're on a hide into nothing when you come in this situation. Wavell Hines, more of a stroke player, stroke maker, has to really go full throttle at this stage. No time to play himself in.
Just the single down to third man. He's been undone a couple of times by the change of pace with Wavell Hines. Fell victim to Scott Styris, one of his 6 wickets in the last match of the Queen's Park Oval. Not the same sort of reward today for Scott Styris. Pulling this one around and finding the gap to the left of the man, diving away. Brilliant stop by Darryl Tuffy, saving a couple of runs. Really a desperation effort from Darryl Tuffy.
Well, you're not going to see better fielding than this. This is what wins you matches. Saving every run. Tremendous effort by Darryl Tuffy.
Saved a couple there. They'll get the single. Hits the stumps with the throw. And Hines was very, very quick out of the blocks. One of those legendary Jamaican sprinters.
It's a long way home. Singles are not going to do it. Got to get a couple of boundaries. Got to get those runs below the balls.
Almost pushing into the hands of extra cover. End of the over from Scott Styris. 2-4-0 for 4. Deliveries left. The West Indies need 52 runs for their most successful, their highest successful run chase ever in a one-day international. And he could be a key man around Murray Sarwan. Down the track and a bit stumping. They'll get the extra, they need some of this luck, and they'll come back for a couple of byes. Vettori nonplussed.
Sarwan giving it the charge, inside edge. And that probably is what saved him. It's a long way down. He easily stumped. Going through to the keeper.
Again, he goes down the track. Clean bit of fielding keeps them down to 1. A strong return as well. He's been outstanding in the field, Darryl Tuffy. Struggling with the ball. Certainly putting a tremendous effort. Sarwan knows that he's got to step it up. Offers encouragement to Wavell Hines. The second, he's sent back just as well with the good return coming in from Shane Bond. Responding well to the pressure. Again, looking for the gap on the offside. Once more, it's Bond coming off the boundary. Fleming has placed his field as well. He's talked about his team being exceptional in the field in the build-up to this series. This will be their ultimate test.
Vettori not trying to bowl it too quickly. Nice pace. It's good bowling.
Getting this one away through square leg. They'll go for the second, and a weak return has them home safely. Bond may be getting a bit tired. He's been running around for this over. 7 runs off the over so far. Dot ball, beautifully bowled by Daniel Vettori, getting Wavell Hines in a tangle at the end of the over. 5 overs left, 30 deliveries. It's 247 for 4. Heading for a grandstand finish. If the West Indies can keep their nerve, they could make it interesting. They are certainly still favouring New Zealand by some distance. A bit of panic could set in. The New Zealanders have coped well so far. Looking for the gap on the offside. A desperation save by Lou Vincent. Probably saving just one, but at this stage, Wayne Daniel, every run saved is vital.
Well, yes, they wouldn't mind having Hines on the strike. He's only just come in. Sarwan has been there for a while. He's got 47. You should be seeing it quite well at this stage. It's going to be a lot harder for Hines to pick up the pace, I think.
Looking to swing it away, taken on the pad. They'll go for the run. Sarwan responding immediately. And they'll get the bye. Come off the pad of Wavell Hines. But they'll take it however it comes. Certainly came off the body. Looking to get this one over the top. Single, going for the second. Force the pace. Turning 1 into 2, but the West Indies need boundaries at this stage. The score moves on to 251 for 4. The gap is widening all the time between runs and balls. You can see the tension on everyone's faces. Sarwan looking around to the scoreboard, which will be misleading. He's 1 short of a 50. Tugging it around, will get to the 50. Will he get the boundary as well? The field is chasing for all their worth. Another diving effort from Darryl Tuffy. They'll come back for 3. A 50 to Ramnuri Sarwan, and more importantly for the West Indies, 3 runs. They're celebrating as if the match is won already, but there's a lot of work for the West Indies to do. Almost a run a ball. 38 runs to get. Swinging this one well, out over square leg. That's a massive hit. That's what the West Indies need. A 6 into the standard square leg. Right into the slot for Wavell Hines. And they hope probably one day to do the same for the West Indies, the youngsters, as they jump and celebrate a welcome boundary hit by Wavell Hines.
This is certainly a good over for West Indies. He swung across the line, picked it up well. Got it in the meat of the bat. It's certainly what the West Indies needed at this stage.
Just a dot ball to end the over. 4 overs left. It's 260 for 4, and the excitement is building. Tension mounting around the ground. Bully Doctrove just checking with the main scoreboard to confirm the correct score. It would be absolute chaos if they get it wrong. That score is 1 run over. It should be 260. The communication is being made to the attendants on the board, and they're going up before they go down, one would hope. It's now corrected. Four overs to go. Shane Bond is the man to come on. Bond has 2 overs left. And he may be expected by his captain to bowl out the final 2 of his spell and put a real break on the scoring for the West Indies.
Oh yes, you would think that he'll bowl his 10 overs. We're looking to bowl it in the block hole at this stage. The fine leg comes up, and the long off and long on goes back. So he'll be looking to bowl it in the block hole. Wouldn't want to stray down the leg side.
Backing away, going for the drive, and misses completely. Looking for the wide, but very, very hopeful. Took a huge step outside the line of the leg stump.
As you're in a situation now where West Indies have got to look to score off every ball. Giving himself a bit too much room there, Sarwan. Looking to get that over. Cover, extra cover. Difficult situation.
Sarwan becoming even more fidgety. Stands his ground this time, goes over the top. Tuffy, will he take the catch? Settling under it, and he claims it. Ramnaresh Sarwan has gone, and Darryl Tuffy has been outstanding in the field throughout this innings. Settles under the catch with the bucket hands, and the New Zealanders have good reason to be relieved with the departure of Ramnaresh Sarwan. Clearly the occasion getting the better of him.
Looking for the big hit, the boundary. Too much elevation on that. Not enough thrust. Cuffy taking a good catch. Judge did well. So when he goes for 52, 260 for 5.
They're few and far between, these New Zealand fans, but they've got reason to celebrate now. And the glum looks are on the West Indian faces around the ground, the vast majority of them. He's got very little experience, Ryan Hines, but he has come in at another crucial stage of this match. Bond, not too sure the sort of feel that he's got. They want to get everything absolutely right in the final push for victory. Taking his time about it. He's bowled well, Shane Bond. Beats him with a very good delivery. Thought of the run as an afterthought. Let's look at the fall of the wicket. Yes, Ryan Hines beaten with his first ball.
It's a good delivery. But you can see the tension on young Hines' face.
Looking to turn it away down the leg side. Is scrambled the run. Throw comes in. Hits his body. Let's see if they'll get the overthrow coming off the body. And they'll complete two byes. Need we say it? Everything's happening.
I wonder why that wasn't called a wide in the first place. Got away with it.
Just a dot ball, very alert in the field, and this is why Ryan Hines is here. Big drive over the top, high into the air. West Indian fans hopeful it would carry, but only to the hands of Darryl Tuffy. Safe as the bank, even on a Sunday. Hit it well. It's got more elevation than distance. Again the charge, crashing into the offside, but straight to the fielder. Scott Styrus holds on. An excellent over from Shane Bond comes to an end. 3 overs left. It's 262 for 5. They are feeling the pressure. They're hoping for a miracle. 29 are needed. 30 are needed. 18 deliveries, nail-biting stuff. Gale has gone already. Sanford is just a spectator. Fleming feels he's in control of proceedings now. Urging on his boys, and Hitchcock probably the ideal man for the moment. An excellent over bowled by Shane Bond. A maiden, the wicket, just the 2 byes conceded. He's been going at just over 5. Last over of his spell. Gives him the charge, crashes into the offside, finds the gap out towards the boundary. This is what the West Indies need again, and they'll believe once more as they wave their flags that the West Indies can still have a chance of pulling this off. 266 for 5.
Well, it's 10 runs and over. As all stations go, all systems go. Trying for the Yorker there, Paul Hitchcock. Not quite getting it in the block hole. And we're behind, squeezing that one out. Just behind point.
Going for the drive out towards long off. Will go for the single, look for the second line. Hines is for it. Could be found out of his ground, but he made it responded well. Came for the second run very, very quickly. Nathan Hassel unable to get the return in quickly enough. So 6 runs off 2 balls.
I think he took Hassel by surprise here, Ryan Hines. He turned and was on his way back. That's good running.
Hassel right out at the long off position. Fleming trying to get his attention out of the boundaries, now being brought in a few meters. And there you can see the ground still packed. And not a man has moved. Deciding not to deliver. A little bit of psychology here by Paul Hitchcock. And the boos resonate around the ground. A bit of gamesmanship.
Well, we've only had 2 balls and 6 runs already. So this is looking a good over for West Indies. Perhaps Paul Hitchcock feeling the pressure. It's not over yet.
Hines looking to drag that one through the offside, actually gets the single. Didn't know where it went, but it was called through. 23 of 15. This has been a productive over so far. Seven runs off the over already. Again, Hines and Hines meet.
They want to score off every ball. Certainly don't want to lose the wicket. They want to score off every ball this over.
Chandapal is still there. He's got the helmet on. He's padded up. He's ready to come in next. Yorker lane delivery. They'll go for 1. Will they risk the second? No, they won't. Wisely done. They may not be seasoned men, but the 2 Hines are playing it sensibly. Where there's life, there's hope. Hitchcock will want to extinguish those ambitions for the sake of his captain and his team. Going for the big wipe through the onside. They'll scramble the ball and get there in the end. Nevin missing with the underarm return.
Well, this is well bowled. Well run. Where Hines responding well.
A single off the last ball of the over. 10 runs coming off at exactly the rate required. 20 runs required off 2 for the West Indies to pull this off. Straightforward equation. 10 per over will do it for the West Indies. They're not looking too panicky, too anxious, too nervous, but the stomach might be churning inside. And it's going to be Shane Bond with this final over. Had an excellent over previously. Shimmied a little bit, gets it away into the onside. They'll look for the second. Throw coming in. Could be well short of the ground, but it's a bad return, and they get 2. So Tuffy just blotting his copybook, the pressure taking its toll under the West Indies stay alive.
Well, the pressure mounting all the time. You can feel the tension. You can see it in that throw, very weak throw by Tuffy. Ryan Hines quickly through.
Bond in his last over. Again, he's bowled it, going too far across, and looking to play it away into the leg side, right across the stumps. Inexperience of Ryan Hines showing there under the New Zealanders, with Shane Bond again striking the crucial blow. But yet again, they'll think that they remain alive.
clearance here by Ryan Hines. Should be expecting Shane Bond to get that ball up in the block hole. Trying to work it on the leg side. And so far across, this host all his stumps exposed. He goes for 4, 274 for 6.
And the man is striding to the middle, showing his courage. Shivnarine Chandapol, retiring hurt earlier after a painful blow on the left elbow of the same bowler who he's going to face up to again, Shane Bond. He's been there already for almost an hour, but he's got to start all over again with his 15 runs to his name. Most importantly for the West Indies, it's not many he has, but how many they need to get. 4 deliveries left in this over. Bond has really bowled beautifully over his last couple of overs. Put an immediate break on the West Indies scoring, dampening their hopes.
Good chance to Paul has to look to hit him over extra cover or mid-wicket.
He's just looking for the single, a dot ball. That will be precious for New Zealand. Chandapol kicks the turf. Bond walks back. 3 deliveries left in the over.
There's Ryan Hines there, getting too far across, playing all around it. Should be looking to hit that straighter. Perhaps over extra cover.
Full toss, almost takes his head off. They'll scramble the bye. Just about the height of the waist. Chandapol looking to back away.
Chandapol giving himself room here and missing out on a full toss. He's looking to squeeze this just behind point.
2 left in the over. Going for the big hit, out towards the long off. Fielder is safe, just the single. Just the 4 runs in the over so far. And Shane Bond coming to the end of an excellent spell with 1 delivery left.
Oh yes, you come in, Chandapol coming back to the crease. Coming back in a real pressure situation. No time left for him to play himself in.
Right into the block holder from Shane Bond. A single to end an excellent over and a fine spell from New Zealand's fastest bowler. 277 for 6, and with a minimum of 6 deliveries left, the West Indies need 15 runs. The identical position as at the Queen's Park Oval on Wednesday. They couldn't pull it off on that occasion. They're really up against it to try to do it this time around.
Yes, I think we see again, fans, the equation comes down in this final over to what West Indies should have been looking to get from 1 over, a big over all along, to put them right in that comfort zone. And we see here again, just 6 balls left, just the 1 over, 15 runs required, and it's all out go now.
Darryl Tuffy is going to bowl the last over. This is a bit of a gamble by Stephen Fleming.
Well, he hasn't bowled well at all, Tuffy. Wides, lots of wides. And he's going to be under tremendous pressure here. West Indies got to go for everything, I think.
Last over begins. Going a long way across, getting it out towards deep square leg for just the single. Had he missed, he would have been cleaned up, Chandapol. It's 14:05.
Yes, the wicket of Ryan Hines going down at that stage was crucial. That was a very good wicket for New Zealand. He really needed to stay there at that stage. You get the new batsman in, Chandra Paul, in a situation where he's got to come in and get the pace of things again. Very difficult.
Taken on the pad and just the one. That's not what the West Indies need, and the New Zealanders have good reason to applaud the leg by. 13 off of 4. It's getting almost to the improbable stage now.
Two big sixes can be done. It's not over until it's over.
Slow delivery, helped around, a very fine out towards the boundary. That's what the West Indies need. Superbly played by Chandra Paul, getting right across to the stumps and just paddling it away off the leading edge down to the fine leg boundary. They're 9 runs away with 3 balls left.
Getting inside the line, Chandra Paul. That was a bad delivery by Tuffy, too full. Looking for the Yorker. Chandra Paul helping that around the fine leg in the circle.
Cameron Coffey on his home ground here. He is Vincentian, and he'll start things off. He'll bowl to Stephen Fleming, first ball. No ball, and what a delivery. Nothing slow and lifeless about that.
And it certainly looked a pretty good pitch. Not too many signs of moisture on the surface, but just look at this. It's a bounce. It passes Stephen Fleming, maybe about shoulder height. That bounce is very steep. It's a good sign for the West Indies. What this man has to do is that he's got to bowl pretty straight, middle and off stump, make the batsman play early.
Not quite got the line yet. Played here in '96 when New Zealand were last in the Caribbean. Scored 75 in that match, which the West Indies won. Fleming did. Nathan Astle was on that tour as well.
He's got to bowl a lot straighter, Cameron Coffey. New Zealand have been susceptible to early wickets so far in this series. They've lost early wickets on a number of occasions. He's got a bit of moisture here to work with. The ball is carrying very well to the wicketkeeper. In order to set New Zealand back, he needs to bowl straight. He needs to take the mantle with no Mervyn Dillon in the West Indies team today.
Arnisvale ground here, just on the edge of the Caribbean Sea, the island of Bequia. Just beyond it, there you can see it in the background, one of the Grenadine Islands. It is St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Bequia, Canouan, Mustique, Mairo, Union Island, Palm Island, and the Tobago Keys all constitute, along with St. Vincent, the nation. And off the mark. So the first run off the bat for New Zealand. In fact, this ground hosted its first-class match against New Zealand here in 1972. And the New Zealand team came to the Caribbean. That was the first New Zealand team to tour the West Indies, 1972. They played against the Windward Islands here. And were so decimated by injury on that occasion that they had to call in the Deputy Consul General from Trinidad, a youngster, to make up their numbers. He only fielded, though. He didn't have to bat or bowl. Really is nice bumps in this pitch. Still having to get up on his toes.
Let's look at the steep bounce here. Nathan Astle off the ground, actually, in playing that shot. This hard new ball will do a little bit. A very good view of it. Just trying to get everything behind the line of the delivery.
pushed on to mid-on, gets him a single. So 3 have come off the first over, 2 from the bat and the no ball. New Zealand winning the toss and batting. So where New Zealand is, they've had to come halfway across the world to get to the Caribbean. There's St. Vincent, one of the Windward Islands. And between Grenada and St. Vincent, there are the Grenadine Islands, which I referred to earlier. Of course, test match, the second test. Second of 2 test matches will be staged in Grenada towards the end of the month. Here's Collins to Astor. Finger raised. Astor doesn't seem too happy about it. Up goes the finger. And Collins is struck with his first delivery. So the West Indies have removed the man who made an unbeaten 91